Who can sing this song the way we do it in Nigeria?
Sorry. Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yes, not yet. Sorry, do you want me to start?
11 o'clock, sir.
Yes, so I was waiting for the signal. So
can you unmute?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes?
Yes, loud and clear.
Yeah, can I start now?
Yes, sir.
Right. Thank you very much, my brother Rashid. And I'm sure in the course of the day, I'll have the opportunity to say massive thank you to you and the colleagues. But first of all, can I welcome colleagues, brothers, sisters to this year's edition of NSF Education Seminar. I believe this has been going on for some time now. I believe this is about the 7th or the 8th edition. I welcome you to this program. We take your presence not for granted. And I hope none of us has been affected by the terrible storm which has been battling some part of the United Kingdom, Scotland in particular, and the West Midlands. So we thank God for your grace and your presence here today. Like I said, this is about the 7th or the 8th of this we'll be doing. My name is Charles Obazwaye, and I've done 4 of these. Hopefully, I've done something good, which is why I keep being invited to present this time and time again. When I started 4 years ago with NSF moderating this program, I believe I looked younger. I was about 21, but I get old now as by the day, and I'm beginning to lose my hair. In a Nigerian colloquial, we say I look like a gorimapa now. But hopefully, age is the only thing that goes up, never comes down. Age like wine gets better. I hope I'm getting better every year, and I hope so. But I don't want to be on my own. I wasn't on my own last year for the first time. So can you please spotlight my co-presenter, my sister, Uremi? Is she on the line? If you spotlight her, please. Yes, I like that smile. That smile looks like you could be advertising not for NSF, but advertising for Maclean toothpaste.
Amen.
And, absolutely will make a lot of money. Can you just say hello and introduce yourself first, please?
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to this seminar. My name is Uriemi Ekweremewa, and this is my second time joining the moderator, Oga Charles. I call him Oga Charles, sorry, Oga Charles Obazwaye. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. So if you stay with me in the course of today, last year it felt like Richard and Judy. This year it might feel like Richard and Susanna Reid, or better still, the two of us from the middle part of Nigeria. It's our time, our local. So we'll be doing this presentation here today. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
On a more serious note, let's start with the fun bit, just to get us going, because I understand for many people, 11 o'clock, people are still in their beds. So you need to wake up and hopefully be alert to what's going to be an exciting program today. So can you have the music on, please, just to get us going?
Who can sing this song the way this is? This one say I'm a European. This one say Michigan. Who can sing this song the way we do it in Nigeria? Some of you students, you guys don't know book. Who can sing it? Let me hear it. Wait. You people are singing. There is no key in your singing. Who can sing it for us here?
One more time.
Wait. Okay, you have sang before. Okay. Sing it for us.
Wherever, whatever you see, all you do, say yes when you need to say no. Wherever you go, whatever you see, do not say yes when you need to say no. I like your one delay. What go betting still left Sandalili, 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 sandalili. I'm a doctor in my country. Hope you know me well. Took me up and down. You will know that it's true. I am a baba in my country. All of you know me well. If you look me up and down, you will know that it's truly. You're in my country. Although you know me well, if you look me up and down, you will know that it's true. Sandalili, 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 sandalili.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Am I back with you? Yep.
Yes, sir.
Yep. So thank you very much, colleagues. I hope that was the spice that was required for you to wake up and be getting ready for what is going to be an exciting program. And if you're familiar with that music, then I know you probably went to school in Lagos, somewhere between Agege and Yaba. Those who went to school from Yaba to Victoria Island, we know each other. We wouldn't sing that song. We're more familiar with the Porsche nursery rhyme. But on a more serious note, I thought that introduction with the light music is what we need for what's going to be a serious discussion. Every year, massive kudos to the NSF leadership. Year on year, the topic has get more exciting, more challenging. Last year, if you recall, all around the themes of education, but they varied over the years. We've covered various topics, including the whole issue about disabled children and SEN being able to be educated. This year, we're expanding that to a topic which should be close to our heart. Education is a right, leaving no one behind. And I repeat that, education is a right. It's a birthright. Like any birthright, it cannot be taken away from any of us. It's absolutely important. And let me put it in context. You might not be familiar with this. United Nations says in our own country, in our own Nigeria country, our birth country, at least 10.5 million children are out of school. And they estimate about 3 to 5 million are disabled children. That can't be right. That can't be right. And if you follow the discussion on social media, was it 2 days ago, I had the Kano State government sponsored 180 couples to get married, right? I'm not making any political point. I'm not deriding what that activity was about, paid for by the government. Will it not be good if Nigerian government were to take the children out of streets? Many of us visit Nigeria, including Lagos. You see the number of children roaming around the streets who are not being educated. That should be a wake-up call for us. If the leadership in Nigeria can provide the kind of what we saw with the example I just given now, whereby the government could easily provide a leadership, provide the financial muscles to take kids out of streets and put them into education. That'd be absolutely brilliant. I'll provide that context from the UK here. Based on the work I do for the past few years now, I know some years ago, 3 disabled children in the borough of Bromley Council, it cost the borough £1.5 million to train 3 disabled children. And you and I might say that's a lot of money. Of course, a lot of money. But what it means is that every person, irrespective of their protected characteristics or disability, has a right to be educated in any part of the world, including our own country. And I hope in the course of today, we've got speakers who are so rich in talent, so rich in courage, so rich in strength, who'll be able to give us an insight into what the issues are, what the challenges are, but more importantly, be able to give us hope that the future is bright, the future is orange for education in Nigeria. You listen, I don't want to steal his thunder. You probably listen from the Professor Adeni Adeniji, who later today, I listened to some of his discussions online. He said, without education, there's no development. No any other development can survive without education. That is the strength that underscores the values of education. And on that note, I'm going to start the discussion by inviting the leader of the NSF Education Committee. Can I have a spotlight, please? For a minute, can I have a spotlight? Hello, ma. Sorry, yep. Wow, what a radiant. I don't know whether people might be second guessing. You remember that video we just saying? I could have sworn the lady who led the song was you. Apart from the fact that she looked as beautiful as you, but equally important is the fact that her uniform looked like the uniform you wore many years ago at Methodist Girls High School, Yaba. I will say no more than that because I've been told to mind my language this morning. So I'll keep my consults to myself. But on a more serious note, you will be our first speaker to provide an opening remark. But just to build you up, you are filling a very big shoes. The shoes that was filled by Dr. Nike Arobusuyi some years ago, subsequently taken to a different height by Dr. Remi Kayode. And this year, you fill in that boot. But the thing you don't have is you don't have a doctor behind your name. But I believe you've proven that you don't have to be a doctor to lead this education NSF committee. You are an excellent leader. You brought to the platform, to the whole thing, your background, your passion. I think it's quite clear. Anyone who has an insight into your CV in terms of what you do to ensure those who are vulnerable are able to access education. Mosun works primarily with underprivileged people, young people, and especially people who have sight impairment to be able to receive education. Your background, like I said earlier on, was the fact that you went to Methodist Girls High School. Then from there, you went to Unilag. I'm not going to comment on Unilag because I went to Unibank, so I'm not going to say anything more than that. But subsequently, you then did your master's program from University of Westminster, specializing in leadership. And that has put you in good stead to be able to take this agenda forward. And like I said, I always like in leadership to the Scottish Hill. Dr. Nike started the first rung of the ladder. Dr. Remi stepped on his next rung of the ladder. As you climb the Scottish Hill, it gets tougher and tougher. You're taking it to a tougher level by leading this program and with the support of the team around you. Thank you very much. The platform is yours, man.
Thank you very much, my able moderator. Thank you very much for those words. And indeed, I count it as a privilege to have this opportunity to lead this awesome team for what we're looking to achieve. It is well established that education is a fundamental right for young people all over the world. The United Nations Sustainable Development Goal 4 calls for inclusive and equitable quality education and the promotion of lifelong learning opportunities for all. This is the bedrock from which the Nigerian Schools Foundation UK, a collaboration of UK-based alumni, seeks to support and promote the development of quality education in Nigeria. We in the education team of the NSF UK organized various educational training and support activities, including our annual, highly regarded and well-attended education seminars, which are also benchmarked against the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. To achieve this, there have been concerted efforts to ensure that our young people, teachers, and all education stakeholders in Nigeria have access to equitable and quality education, targeted teacher training opportunities, as well as high-level quality education seminars. They not only provide the opportunity for stimulating ideas and thoughts and sharing knowledge of good practices, but the seminars also seek to provide practical solutions to contextual issues raised by the current education system in Nigeria. The most recent statistics and observations suggest that there are profound national disparities, and observations suggest, there are profound national disparities in education, leaving universal secondary education a tenacious aspiration for many, especially those in the poorer parts of the country. Every child, I repeat, every child in Nigeria has a right to an inclusive and equitable quality education. This is essential for the successful transition into the labor force and attaining respectable work, thereby contributing positively to their immediate communities and helping the country as a whole to achieve many of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Today's seminar, titled Education is a Right, Leaving No One Behind, should be viewed in these contexts. I thank you all for attending, and I hope you enjoy our engaging discussions. Thank you very much.
Sorry, thank you. Before I hand over to my able co-moderator, if you, Brother Rashid, if you just go back to honor our leader, in terms of, I did promise I was going to give her a surprise, and she was very nervous last night. She couldn't sleep, as I understand it, and she was still sending, you were still sending messages until about 2 o'clock this morning. I thought you would have done better than Dr. Remika because she normally sweats profusely, ringing me, leading to the program. So please, let me have that music, which is, I think is apt, it's appropriate for our new leader to listen to that song, please. Brother Rashid, the soca.
Follow the leader, 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 follow the leader. Follow me. Follow the leader, 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 follow the leader. Follow the leader, 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 follow the leader.
Thank you.
Down.
Thank you very much. Leadership is about followership as well. Because you lead very well, the rest of us follow you, and we're so delighted to follow you. And that includes, he wants me to call him Akoguni Yukuku, one of your followers, Professor Oke Eleye. So thank you very much for supporting our leader. And Brother Rashid Adesoko, and my beautiful sister, I don't know where she gets the energy from, Tola Ayeni. She is the rock of this committee as one of the followers as well. And of course, my co-moderator. And finally, a colleague who's also a chief, a colleague at daytime, but a chief in Chief Otumba Eric Ayola. So thank you very much for leading us very well. And hopefully in the course of the day, I'll continue to pay tribute to all these people. There's no I in team. We work together. So thank you very much. And on that note,
thank you.
If I pass the next segment to my co-moderator, Uremi, please, to take over. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Oga Charles. I'm so excited and I'm happy to be part of this education team, because it's for 2 years now that I've been a member. It's just been going stronger and stronger and helping so many people, so many teachers, so many students back in Nigeria in being a better part of who they are. And now we are going to go into the next segment of this seminar, which is the keynote speech by Professor Segun Olubenga Adedeji. Now, before we go into that, I would like to give a little profile about Professor. And after that, we're going to also have a little video that will set us into why the topic of today, which is education for all, leaving Education is a right and leaving no one behind. Now, we've got Professor Segun Olubenga Adedeji. He is a man of service. He has served his nation. He has served the world. He's an international man. He is a professor, as the title says, and he teaches economics of education and education planning and policy in the Department of Education Management in the University of Ibadan. I said he's an international man, really, because he has also been a fellow of the author at the UNESCO Center of Comparative Education Research at the University of Nottingham. He also was a visiting scholar and director of quality assurance at the Kampala International University, Kampala in Uganda. Now, for 3 years, he was also a fellow of Africa Higher Education, which was a collaboration of and organized by the International Education. He also was a visiting professor at the Department of Education Management at Obafemi Awolowo University. Currently, he is the head department of business entrepreneurship and executive education in the University of Ibadan School of Business. He's got so many other experiences, but I'll just touch on a few of his experiences, which he has. He analysis of education cost and finances in developing countries. He has worked and interacted with senior level technocrats and policymakers in higher education across the world via different partnerships. And most recently, on the 12th of October, 2023, he delivered the 533rd University of Ibadan inaugural lecture. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our very own Professor Segun Olubenga Adedeji. Please, could you spotlight him for us? Can we give him a round of applause, please? Thank you so much, sir, for coming, for honoring us today. I know you've got a lot of wealth to share with us, but before we give you the floor, Rashid, could you please play the video of a lady, a 50-year-old lady who went back to school? Let's see her experience, please.
Until recently, Shade Ajayi had never gone to school. Now 50, the businesswoman is learning to read and write alongside students nearly 40 years younger than she is. Ajayi attends a school in Ilorin in Nigeria's western Kwara state. She wears the same uniform or school clothing as hundreds of girls at the school, a pink dress and head covering. "I'm not ashamed that I wear a uniform," she said. As a child, Ajayi worked in her aunt's shop instead of attending school. She now runs her own business, making and selling purses and bags. But she believes her inability to read or write is holding her back. Ajayi signed up to attend school last year, but the school closed because of the coronavirus pandemic. Schools reopened in January, and Ajayi finally got her chance. She sits in a class with students aged 11 to 13 and raises her hand to answer questions. Ajayi's teacher, Nazrat Busari, said she did not appear worried about the age difference with other students. She has been coping well with them, playing together, talking together, and discussing things together, he said. Ajayi's daughter, Shola Adaboye, said at first she was embarrassed that her mother attended school alongside children. But later, she supported her mother's efforts. She has always wanted to be educated, but she couldn't until now, Adeboye said. Ajayi still makes bags and purses after finishing classes. A helper serves her customers during school hours. She plans to continue her education for 4 more years, saying it will help her business. People around me can read and write, and they are succeeding in their businesses, said Ajayi. And she does not seem to care what others may say about her. Ajayi said, "It's my duty not to pay attention to what they're saying." I'm Jonathan Evans.
Business presenter, stop saying.
Thank you, Professor Segun Olubenga Adedeji. The floor is yours.
Yeah, let me start by actually expressing my delight to be invited to deliver this year's keynote address for this NSF UK. When I was contacted by Professor Ademikinju Adeola, who equally is a brother of mine, and we've both worked together in some projects. I did not actually capture the extent to which this program, is coming out to be revealed to me now. I just thought that maybe it's just one kind of just giving advice to people or trying to bring out some tips about what makes education to work. But as I continue to interact and to interrogate with some of those things that you sent to me, then I begin to fathom that this is a serious business. And I do sincerely hope that my presentation this morning will complement what we have been doing at the NSF. I've listened to some of those things that you have said about me, and I most sincerely thank you, especially the memory of my inaugural lecture is still very fresh. And after that lecture, I was invited to one popular radio station in Ibadan here, anchored by a very renowned journalist, Edmund Obilo. I'm sure that some of you must have listened to some of his program over there. And I was able to at least articulate some of the problems that we're facing in Nigeria as far as education is concerned. And just like the moderator has said, you cannot succeed as a nation if you neglect your education. I said during that interview, if you neglect your education and you are building roads, you are building skyscrapers, you are building whatever you may be building, if you don't build the mind of people, they will certainly destroy whatever you are building. And that's what we're having in Nigeria, where you see people devastating, destroying what government is doing. And because the government did not realize that they have refused to really develop where development should start. Development should start from the mind, not physical. If we are concentrating on physical development without developing the mind, we are merely wasting our time. And with that said, I'd like to quickly introduce my topic, which is the importance of education for every child without exception. In those days, if you leave some people without being educated, those are the people that will destroy whatever you are trying to do. Like, our parents will say, ọmọ tí a bá kọ́, òun ló máa gbé ilé tá a bá kọ́ tà, which implies that if you neglect your child or your children uneducated, and you are building houses, you are building mansions, those children that you have left without education, without being taught, without being schooled, they are the people that will just, they will sell whatever you are building. They will destroy whatever you are building. So, and I said development should start from the mind. If it doesn't, we are wasting our time. And that's why it has taken us this long in Nigeria to develop. because we have neglected the foundation. You know, like Emeritus Payobaya will say, if the basic is not basic, the high cannot be higher. If you do not start, if the foundation is destroyed, the righteous can do nothing. Education is the bedrock for nations building. And if the government continue to refuse to understand that, if they continue to think that they can build Nigeria without building education, they will merely be wasting their time. So I want to look today on this topic, importance of education, and you know, for every child, without exception. By way of definition, you know, I try to capture the definition of education as a total transformation that happens to an individual that makes him useful for himself, for his family and the society. Education makes the best out of man. You know, when we're in our lower level, you know, at the undergraduate class, there was a course that was introduced to us in the GS program. And that course was trying to tell us the importance of education by bringing some concepts of to emeron and to agrion. A to emeron is like a raw material that goes through, you know, the processes of, processes of coming up with a finished product. And you can imagine what comes out at the end of it. But a to agrion is something that is very raw, something that is not developed. And what makes the difference between an educated person and an illiterate is because we have been schooled, we have gone to all this exercise of discipline and mind. So most time I tell myself, we are not better than those people who are in the market, you know, helping people, you know, all these, you know, miscreants, all these touts. The difference between, you know, us is simply the education we receive. I mean, you see somebody beating, you know, or fighting in the streets, or doing some things that are really not, you know, expected. The difference between those people and ourselves is because of the education that we receive. Education refines the mind. And if the mind is not refined, the mind becomes crude. That mind can do anything when it is not refined. And if you are leaving any of your, you know, citizens or children or, you know, set of population without education, those people will create havoc for you. Somebody said, if you fail to give us what we need, we will give you what you want. If you fail to educate us, if you fail to give us job, we are going to give you job. I mean, look at what is happening in Nigeria now, these insurgencies. So these people, they have waited for so long for the government to engage them, to occupy their mind, to get them busy. And because the government has refused to do that, so they are getting government to be busy solving their problems now. So if we don't quickly intervene to give people what they need, they will give you what you don't want. And you will spend a lot of time, you spend resources trying to solve that. Let me also say what education is not. Education is not schooling. Somebody can go to school without being educated. And we have found that again and again. And somebody say, you have gone to school, but the school didn't pass through you. So education is a process whereby, you know, it's a total transformation. It's a system of, immersion. It's beyond just coming to classrooms and, you know, sitting down before a teacher and getting some information. No, it's a transformation. It's a refined process. It's something that is, you know, developing your mind. I mean, you can see the difference between we that by the grace of God have been able to expose ourselves to this paraphernalia of education we are now doing. I mean, you find it so difficult now to see me fighting in the streets or fighting with my wife. You say, what education has this person received? You can call me, I mean, that this person has not gone to school at all. So education is not schooling, neither is it just possessing certificates. In fact, because of the emphasis that we have put on certificate in Nigeria, in fact, we have become what we are. Whereas certificate is not just, you know, what it takes to be educated. I was teaching my students. I say all over the world, nobody has ever asked me about my certificate. They want to see what I can do. And once I can do what they expect me to do, they don't need to ask me about certificate. But if you are only interested in certificate and not deliverable, it's not certificate, it's deliverable. Education is about making yourself available, to solve societal problems. And I do say most of the time that education that cannot solve problems is a useless education. It's a waste of time. The real definition of education is problem solving. We are educated to solve our problems. There will be never in any history of human endeavor that there will be no problem. But education creates in man that ability to solve problems. There will always be problem, but there will be this development that is taking place in your mind that when you see problem, it will not be something that you will run away from. So that's why, when people run from Nigeria and say they are running for greener pasture, I just laugh at them. So that's not solving problem. You must be able to face your problem and solve your problem. Many people they travel abroad. There are problems over there too. The only thing we have over there are people who are standing and solving their problem. And if we can get those people here in Nigeria, I said in my interview, is one of the highly endowed, highly gifted country all over the world. But because we have not seen people solving problems, that's why we are like a jungle as it is now. And the environment also is not enabling, so that people who really would like to solve the problem could get some facilities to be able to work with. So it's not certificate, and education is not an end to itself, but a means to an end. The reason why we are we are being educated is to solve problems. Education is problem solving. And if our education is not solving problem, that education should be reconsidered. And I have here in the next slide, this triple H transformation through education. But before I go there, I was just trying about the transformation process, that takes place or that happens to an individual that will make him useful. And education makes you a useful person to yourself. You think, it takes care of the total life. Makes you to think of, what do you need to do to live a better quality, to have a good quality of life. To look at your environment. Education helps you to organize your environment, helps you to organize your program, organize your life. Education is about organizing. And when we cannot, leverage on that, when you see an educated person becoming so disorganized or becoming so overwhelmed with problems, you ask yourself, what have you gone to school to behold? So education is just to help you to be able to face problems and to solve your problem. And I was talking about these three, this triple H transformation. Education seeks to transform, not only your head, but also your heart and your hand. If that is not taking place, that is not total education. Total education will focus three things, and that is the head must be transformed so that you are thinking rightly, you are thinking well, you are thinking, as a human being, as somebody who, is rational. We may not go deep into that because rationality also has its own problem. But at least you are thinking of what to do, when you are to do it, where to do it, and who to do it. Those things, education will help you to do it, to master all those things. And education also focuses on the heart as well as the hand. And these are called the cognitive edge. The cognitive is talking about the head. He's trying to call me. Sorry about that. I will soon put it in let me put it so that nobody disturb me again. I'm sorry. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so what I'm trying to say is that, the cognitive domain is the one that affects your head, that affects your brain. The affective domain is the one that affects your heart, and the psychomotor is your hand. So all these three things must be feasible when we are talking about, the transformation that comes through education. And how do we measure this? The educated person are not measured by the size or the amount of books they read. You can see people reading volumes of books.
I don't know if there's network issues. So, yeah, we're just going to check if he's still on.
Yeah, it's still on. Probably network issue.
Yeah, should be network issues.
Hold on a second. I think it's on mute. Maybe he accidentally mute himself.
Okay. While we are waiting for him to come back, for Sam to come back.
Hello, am I still with you?
Yes, we can hear you. I'm
so sorry. We have a lot of people trying to disturb me here, and I'm trying to get these things. I want to put my device so that they can know that I'm busy. So I'm trying to say that education is not measured by the size and the amount of books that an individual is reading, but by what is coming out of the books that one is reading. What are we doing with the education that we have acquired? What problem are we solving using the education paraphernalia? What are we trying to bring out of the acquisition of our education? Effective education should produce individuals who are adequately informed. And that is talking about the public. Who is morally prepared, and that is talking about the heart. And who is technically equipped, and that's talking about the hand. These are the three things that education must achieve. Must get you properly informed, adequately informed, morally prepared. We have people today who are educated but are morally bankrupt. It's unfortunate. Education should be able to refine our moral, be able to know that how can I do this? What will people say if they hear about me? Those are the things that touches our moral and that makes people to behave, even when ordinarily think of his behavior. But because of what you think that is going to come out of that behavior, you would like to give yourself a second thought. So education must also prepare us morally, to be morally sound, and education must make us technically equipped. Unfortunately, we don't have all those things these days. When we are in primary schools in those days, these are the type of education we receive. You remember some of us in our primary school, they will ask us to bring different types of arts. You go into all this artwork. They are teaching us to prepare our hands. That is not only preparing our head. This is balanced education, total education. Is lacking today, and not only in Nigeria, all over the world. Some people will say, don't discipline people, don't expand people. They are destroying education. That's why our society has become so chaotic. People can now do anything new. That's not education. Education should take care of our head, should take care of our mind, and should take care of our heart. That's the 3H: the head, the heart and the mind. And if that is not done, then the education is not complete. Looking at the head, which is the cognitive domain of education, it deals with the intelligent quotient of an individual. And this measures your level of comprehension. You need IQ to solve mathematical and do some memory and things like that, to recall a pass exams. You need all those things, especially the cognitive domain, which will help you to comprehend, to solve some mathematical problem, to be able to memorize, to be able to recall some facts. But when you look at the affective domain, which is the heart, this entails the development of emotion. An educated person, has a level of empathy. You can't easily just see somebody and call that person a fool. No, you want to think, if I'm called a fool, how will I feel? Your education will make you to do what somebody calls like golden rule, like doing unto others what you want others to do unto you. It's affecting your heart, it's affecting your behavior. That's why somebody defines education as the change in our behavior. If that change has not come, we have not been educated. If we are still the same way that we were, that means education has not actually done anything. Education should make us to be, to be morally sound. We are sound, and we call that, the emotional and the social quotient, the EQ and the SQ. The emotional quotient, which is the measure of your ability to maintain peace with others. Education teaches you to be at peace with others, to be able to, you develop a kind of ability, to understand, ability to endure, ability to make others, feel comfortable in your environment. That's what education should be able to produce in the person that is going through the process. It helps us to maintain peace with others, keep to time. That's one. To be responsible, to be honest, to respect the boundaries of others, so that you know that where your boundary ends, that's the beginning of others. And be humble and genuine, in all things that you do. That's what is expected of an educated person. And if all these things are not there, that person has not really complete the process. And when you look at the social quotient, we are talking about the measure of the ability to build a network of friends and maintain all this friendship over a long period of time. And many people do not know that social capital is one of our very, very valuable assets. When you network, like we are doing now, is a very powerful tool. It's one of the greatest resources that people do not know. That an ability to keep network, and that's what education does for you. You travel, you meet some people, you exchange ideas. I've done so many research. Research works simply by just keeping network. You will see the profile that you read the other time. I've met some people in France. By the time we get to Egypt, and I met the same people over there. And by and large, we became friends, and we started conducting research. Ability to create a kind of social network that will help you, to at least so that when you need work, you can see people helping you. From the background where I came from, Malaysia, there is a man who called himself Medaishi. Medaishi means I cannot do it alone. And an educated person should know that you cannot do it alone. Even though you are educated, but you still know that there are a lot of things to know. There are a lot of things that you can still not be able to do. But your education will tell you that there are people that are positioned that can help you to do this. Education teaches you that you are not an island to yourself. Nobody's an island. It makes you to know that, yes, you know a little. So you are still humble. And you still recognize that there are still some people that can still assist you. Those are the things that education will quickly help us to do. People that have this EQ and SQ tend to go further in life than those with IQ alone. I mean, somebody say your attitude will determine your attitude, not your intelligent quotient. People might be highly gifted in knowledge, but if the effective domain, if the attitude is very bad, you don't go far in life. That's why we need to emphasize these two EQ, emotional quotient, and this social quotient. It's very important. And when we are teaching people, especially in Ibadan, we say somebody must be worthy in learning and in character. And not only emphasizing learning, it must be, we must see that this person has learned what he needs to know about character of the person who has this degree. If I call myself now a PhD holder, and you see that my character cannot even support the degree that I'm holding, that is a useless education. So education should not only be based on developing the intelligent quotient, should also be based on developing the emotional quotient and the social quotient, which will then define the extent to which somebody can go in life. Let's look at the head-heart interaction. Most schools capitalize on improving IQ level while the EQ and the SQ are pulled down. You say don't teach religion, you're undermining all this effective domain. And that's what many people are doing. And that's why education is becoming complete, becoming useless. You don't teach them. If you don't teach them how to behave, what are we teaching them? What is education without behavior? And how can you teach without telling people how to, even when we're in primary school, we're taught how to behave. We are taught how to organize. We were taught how to do things. You line stones, you begin to paint them white, you put some things, I don't know why we get all this time in those things. But today, we are not doing that again, and the people we are keeping is not even solving the problem. So a man of high IQ can end up being employed by a man of high EQ and SQ, even though he has an average IQ. I mean, that is true. That's why somebody say your attitude determines your attitude. If you are high in IQ, but you are low in EQ and SQ, you may not go higher. As somebody with good EQ, high SQ, then low IQ, that person can go higher. So your EQ represents your character, while your SQ represents your charisma. And that's your hands. That's what you can do with your hand. So these are the things that education must concentrate on. We must be building, not only the IQ, which we are always concentrating and emphasizing. We must always be thinking of how do we build the character, the charisma, which is very important. The head-heart interaction also is between the mind, which produces another quotient called the adversity quotient. That is ability to solve problems. That is ability to see problems not as a problem, but as a challenge. That's what this is actually doing. And that's why I never will encourage anybody to go abroad to do undergraduate school. I said, stay in Nigeria. If you can survive with our education in Nigeria, you will survive anywhere in the world. Problem is part of education. Problem solving is part of education. And if you take somebody away because he's facing problem, you are even creating more problem for that person. If you take them because they are facing problem in Nigeria and you take them somewhere, you can allow them to do the basic, which is the first degree in Nigeria. If they can succeed in Nigeria with all our problems, I tell you, they will succeed anywhere in the world. And that is what education is all about. We call this adversity quotient. Ability to see your problem not as a destroyer, but something that will become a stepping stone. We've used our problems not as stepping stones. And somebody said necessity is the mother of invention. When you look at problems as something that should be there, even those of us, those of our colleagues in the UK, is it that we don't have problems? There can never be any society without problems. The only thing is that people will now develop what it takes to solve that problem. And that's exactly what education is all about. The adversity quotient measure your ability to go through a raw patch in life and come out of it without losing your mind. You know, somebody said, and I did tell my students, if I said, I say, may your way be wrong. See how many of you will say amen to that prayer? And if your ways are not wrong, you can develop accident on your way. I mean, you imagine people traveling on very clean road. They easily get accident if they are not careful. We never see people having accidents on rough roads. We are killing ourselves because if the road becomes too smooth, you may think that is how it is. And before you know it, it can lead into danger. So even rough roads are very good. It teaches us that we need to be careful, we need to be strategic, we need to plan. So that's what this adversity quotient is talking about. And when faced with troubles, the adversity quotient determines who will give up and who will abandon their family and who will consider suicide. I mean, you can imagine people now leaving their families because they don't have this adversity quotient. Even look at marriage. We get into marriage with the concept that we are going to stay forever for better. There is not like that. There are rough roads in marriage. But those people that cannot bear it, they quickly run out of the marriage and they think that is the solution. But that is the beginning of another problem. But the adversity quotient will make you that no matter what, this thing must work. And people stay there and it works. It's because of the level of education. And we need to develop all these things so as to really get ourselves well educated. Education stands to develop all forms of quotients for an individual to be useful. And this, as mentioned, include the intelligent quotient, the emotional quotient, the social quotient, and the adversity quotient. Now, looking at the nexus of this triple H, the fact is that if the head and mind are rightfully and adequately trained, the hand cannot be hidden. The hand cannot be hidden because you will always think out of the box. When I see our students, they say their job, they say, you have not been trained. You have not allowed this education to do. You are trained to solve problems. And when you have problem, think of what is this problem? I mean, somebody said a problem well identified is a problem I've solved. There will always be a problem. You need to identify that problem. And you need to provide solution to that problem. So when the head and the mind, that is, the head and the heart, are properly trained, it will certainly make your hand not to be hidden. And that is what we're saying. The 21st century education produces two sets of individuals. We call them the T-shaped person and the M-shaped person. A T-shaped person is somebody who is looking for depth and looking for breadth. They're not looking for connection. You can get educated, you can deepen your knowledge and do all what you want to do, but without connecting, education is about network. And we must, what we are doing now is part of education. We can't do it alone. God has not created any man to be an island, to do it all alone. We will kill ourselves. Even God said, let us make a man. You can see that connection. So education must make us to think the importance of connection, the importance of network, the importance of doing things together. I deliver my mega lecture within 3 weeks that I was asked to do that. How could I have done that without people rallying around? I just told my students, I said, look, this is what I was giving. So they were planning, I was writing. They will see the outcome. It was fantastic. Because different people were doing different things. And that's how life is made. It's not only enough for you to say, I want to deepen my education, I want to broaden my education. Are you thinking of networking? Are you thinking of creating, people, that will also see what you are doing and how they can even help you? You can't do, David Abspain from Australia said, the day we stop learning, we start dying. Education is to learn. I'm not only here to come and say all this. I want to also learn. I'm always learning. I learn from my students. Learn from things. You listen to what interview I granted to Billy. I've been following this guy for several years. The guy probably is maybe a master degree. I'm a professor. I learn a lot from him. And that's education. Education makes you to be willing to learn. to be ready to learn. That's what education does. If you are no longer ready to learn, you are no longer an educated person. If you think that you are the only person who knows everything, you are no longer educated. Education makes you to know that I'm not there yet. I've not even learned anything. I still have a lot of, and that's what make us to be humble. That's what makes us to say that we are not there. No, you are still humble. That what have I learned? What have I known? That somebody does not even know more than me. We teach our students. Does it mean that we don't have some of those students that even know more than us? And that's why I said, if university only is a place to teach, then we have wasted our time. We are no better than secondary school. If we are not bringing research into university, and all the universities in Nigeria that are just teaching students, in fact, you can get better materials on YouTube, on Google, that is better than the one you are teaching these students. We are not doing research.
So true. Sorry, Prof. Sorry,
Yeah.
Prof, to interrupt. So true what you just said, but you've got about 2 more minutes to go, if you don't mind.
Okay, I will simply round up.
Thank you.
Because I spoke about time. So we are saying adaptation and resourcefulness are the hallmark of 21st century education. We must be creating education that will make you adaptable and that will make you resourceful. That will make you to be a material in your generation. And the generation is waiting for us. All that we have now, God gave us so that we can become useful, like I said, not to ourselves alone, but to our generation, to our family, to our society. And we can't do all this without talking of finance. I mean, somebody said the other time, and I gave that in my study, our education in Nigeria is fully financed. If we say education is a right, yes, but a right that is also given responsibility to everybody. The right to education is the responsibility of all. Everybody must see it as something that we have to contribute. Government alone cannot fund education. There is nowhere in the world where government alone can fund education. I said in my regular lecture, there must be private resources in public universities. Everybody now, what we are doing now is part of what we are saying. Everybody must see education as something to build together. So that if you don't build it, those children that are not built now, they will even destroy our children that we are building. And it's very important to think about resources. But you will see now, Nigeria is giving the least of its GDP to education. If you don't, Yoruba will say, meaning it is whatever you want that will constitute your wealth. Look at what Nigeria is spending on education. It means that Nigeria doesn't value education. And that's why it's taking us too long to develop. What's my recommendation? There must be increased funding to education. There must be curriculum reforms. All the curriculum that we have now are not meeting the target, are not solving the problem. Education that is not solving problem is a useless education. And it cannot solve societal problems. So there must be curriculum reform and a shift from certificate acquisition to equipping students with 21st century work-ready new skills. There must be linkage between education institution and industry. We have to shake hands with the industry. There must be developing national agenda for research and innovation. There must be, we must encourage a multi-sectoral approach to education for sustainable development. We must ensure that the teaching pedagogy should be student-centered and innovative-driven. The student must be the core center of our teaching. If we are not teaching them, if they are not understanding, we are wasting our time. And we must create a conducive and sustainable environment for learning. And finally, we must improve the condition of our teachers and teachers. I want to thank you for this opportunity to share my idea with you. Thank you very much.
Oh my God, Professor Adedeji. In fact, I'm lost of words right now. Could everybody please go to the comment section and just drop the emoji of fire, because what you gave to us was just fire, bullets upon fire. Please just drop all the hearts, all the fire emojis, everything there, because thank you so much. In fact, there was a time where I just stopped writing because it was like I was not just in a lecture. This is more than an inspirational, it's just an eye-opener. There's so much. One of the major things you wrote down, you said Education is transformation. Transformation of the mind, transformation of the being, transformation of the society as well. And it just begins with the mind. And if only we can get the mind right, that is you. There's so many gems I've just been writing down, and so many people have been putting all their different gems there on the comment section. I just want to say a big thank you, Prof. You have, in fact, I don't think I've started, because even though I'm an educationist myself as well, and I think I'm doing my little bit from the little corner I'm doing, but I think you've so inspired me. I have to even do more. Thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate it. We do not take you for granted. Thank you so much. I know I speak for everyone here as well. Thank you so much. Over to you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. Before I move on, if you just keep highlighting the prof, because maybe if I highlight the prof for too many times, I might become a prof one day myself. Interestingly, prof, blue might be your favorite color. I don't know if you can see me. I'll try to emulate you by wearing blue, but that is the where the similarity ends. Because I listened to your program with Edmond Oboli, which is the State of the Nation, which you give an interview. You were wearing a colorful blue shirt, which is also my favorite color. So I've got a lot to look forward to. Let me tell you,
blue is synonymous with humility.
Good. So I'll tell colleagues who think that my sense of fashion is very weird with my colorful flowery blue shirts that I wear all the time. It's like my co-moderator said, it's amazing. Not just a prof, you seem to speak different languages. You spoke in Yoruba, you spoke in English. You also introduced Latin somewhere along the line as well. So it's like I'm conquering all my demons now. My mother in heaven will be very proud of me. I can moderate professors. She's very proud. And on that note, I'm going to move to another prof. Prof, you're going to stay with us for the Q&A. Yep.
Yeah, I told my sister that I have an engagement with her this afternoon. And I'll be glad if I can get the recording.
Okay. So let's move quickly. Can I have the next speaker highlighted, please? Professor Godwin Zainabo. Is he highlighted before I do my beat? Now, I cannot see him on the screen. While we're trying to get on the screen, people might have noticed that there is a bit of coordination in the two moderators here. My sister is a serious one. I'm the light, not so serious one with the humor. I've got Professor Zainabo there, but before I do justice to him, before I tell you a bit about him, because I know him very well and we know each other very well. But before I do that, can I just have a slide music, please, to prefix his introduction, please? Barashi, slide music, please. Are we all familiar with?
Yeah, working on it.
Okay. Okay. Right. Thank you very much. Hello. So you can stop it now, but keep the camera on the prof. I hope people got the gist of that music. I hope the prof remember that music. Prof and I were classmates in A levels. He was a serious one. I was a less serious one, but we both belonged to the Literary and Debating Society. His favorite music is what we just had. On one occasion, he was so excited, he was dancing on the chair on the desk. He fell down and he broke his arm. So I just wanted to remind him of that, whatever. So hopefully, when he's lecturing his students, he can remember that when his students misbehave, he's misbehaved in the past himself before. I'm absolutely delighted to introduce Professor Ezenabo. And I've said, we were classmates together at Ahmadiyya College, which is now Anwar Islam College. Just to make sure I don't offend some colleagues here, he actually also attended Bashriman High School. But the best was the 2 years he spent in my high school, which is Ahmadiyya College. Now, I would say that, wouldn't I say that? So, Professor Godwin Zainabo, I've always known, sitting alongside you in our A-level class in those days, that you were the serious one who become an academic, and you haven't disappointed. He was so serious, they made me labor prefect. And at the time, he wanted to punish me. There was no way he could have punished me because I was a naughty one. But I wish I listened to him. Look at him today. He's a professor. I'm just a moderator here, but he's a professor. But I've got an edge over him, so I can moderate whatever he says today. I'm so proud of you personally, and I'm sure your old student colleagues are very proud of you. NSF is proud to have you here to continue the discussion we're having about education here today. Professor Zainabo is a professor of philosophy, specializing in African philosophy in particular. And we saw that in him many, many years ago. He, at one time, was the head of continuing education in UNILAG. The theme of today is about education is a long life experience. So he was the head of that. He's also been the head of philosophy. And to his credit, he's got 60 publications to his name, 60. Wow. That's an excellent publication. The two I'm going to pick out, which I think is relevant here, one of them is the sustainability of university education in Nigeria. But hopefully, it's not just about education sustainability. It's not just about the education in Nigeria, but it's also about not just university education, but it's also about education generally. And we have from your professor colleague, Professor Adedeji earlier on about some of the challenges we face. The other one is about, you wrote about corruption in Nigeria. And I know when I spoke with you to invite you to this program, you said, are we ready to be shocked by your statistics? Are we ready to be shocked by the reality on the ground, which is different from what people tell us? We're absolutely delighted to have you here. I could spend the whole day talking about your profile, but I'm conscious of time. It takes a great character and a great person to become a lecturer and to become a professor. I couldn't do it. You know, I was a lecturer at my time, but I gave up after being just an ordinary lecturer because I just couldn't burn the candlelights that you guys do. So thank you very much, Prof. You've got about 20 minutes or thereabout, and I hope that time will be sufficient enough to do justice. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Charles Obazwai. It's been a long time. 77. Wow. That is where we've been together. Well, you are as Japa. So by that, he is now abroad. And that is the effect of Nigerian educational system. One of the problems is this Japa. People are running away from the country to go for a greener pasture, to go and get educated in a better environment, because education has a problem here in Nigeria. Yes, the last speaker was very stimulating, and I've also learned as if I'm also a student. I am not an educationist, I'm a philosopher. And as a philosopher, every area is my interest. I look at every area, including education. Somehow, we have decided to agree and say education is a right. And as such, you should leave no one behind. That is the meaning. That is the implication. Education is a right, you should leave no one behind. But not for some youth we have nowadays. Would you believe that a youth, some youth say that education is a scam? So if somebody says education is a scam, you will leave him behind because he doesn't believe in it. So for the purpose of this lecture, I am very much obliged. I thank the organizers. I'm honored and privileged. It's an opportunity. And today I've also been challenged by the last speaker because I've not even done my own inaugural yet, even when I've become over 15 years professor. I have not reading it because they've been giving me different appointments. So busy. But with this interaction now, I will go and write something and deliver my inaugural, and you will be all invited. So I thank you very much, the Nigerian School Foundation. As I've said, I'm a philosopher, not an educationist, but we want to look at all of these under one umbrella, which is philosophy of education. Philosophy of education is an infrastructure of discipline, which the philosopher can take a look at. So we want to set out to look at the Nigerian educational potentials. We want to set roadmaps. We want to argue for sustainable education. How can we do it? To know how we can do it, we have to know the problems we want to interrogate. So therefore, we don't need to bother ourselves too much. You are all educationists, you know what education is. We want to attempt a roadmap. Education has to do with the utilization of skills. For you to utilize the skills, you have to acquire the skills. But education is both broad and narrow. They are used to the narrow one, which is formal education. There is the broad one, which is the informal education. That is why nobody can run away from education. The very day you are born, you have started education. The last speaker told us very importantly too that education is not schooling. Education is not schooling, but it involves schooling. It involves schooling. Education is not schooling, but learning. So each time you ask yourself, have I learned anything today? Then you are educated. Once you have not learned, you are not educated, whether formal or informal. There is always a learning process in education. You don't just learn. If you learn and you keep quiet and stay there, you will become obsolete. You will, you will wear out. You see, you have to renew it. That is why education is not just schooling, but learning. And it's not just learning, but unlearning what you have learned. It's not just unlearning, it's also knowing. Some people don't know what they are doing. It's not for you to know, it's for you to question what you know. That is why Socrates once said, an unexamined life is not worth living. It's not worth living. You have to examine what you have known, because knowledge is always moving. Yesterday is not today. The ways of yesterday, this 21st century, you begin to see that things are changing. So education has to do with going beyond the limited to the unlimited. It involves mental and intellectual awakening. Mental and intellectual awakening. That's what education involves. So, education can be technical, education can be broad. When it is informal, it is broad. When it is formal, it is technical. But both ways, you are educated. You are educated. What does it take to be an educated person? The last speaker mentioned it. I add that for you to say you are educated, it's not that you have gone to school. It's not that I have PhD, I'm a professor. No. It is that you are in possession of some body of knowledge. You must have knowledge. You must be in possession of knowledge and understanding of principles. You deal with knowledge and you must understand certain principles in your area and your field. That is when you are educated. These knowledge and principles you have will transform you. An educated man is always transformed by what he knows. Organized is a gentle man or woman. That is why we not misbehave anyhow, because he knows. Like Socrates once said, the problem is that many people are ignorant and they think they know. Once you know that you don't know enough, then education has started, because there's always the urge to know. So education does not take place in the vacuum. The title of my lecture is Education and Society. Education and society. We want to unlock the Nigerian education potentials. We want to unlock it because there are certain potentials that have been covered by certain problems and issues made by leaders over the past. So we want to just give a guide. So education takes place in the society. It does not take place in a vacuum. That is why education is connected to the society. Education is connected to the society. Education is part of society. Now, society is an outcome of established human endeavor. There was no society from the word go. Everybody for himself, God for us all. That is what it was. No society. Society came about. Civilization came about. Now, it is a group of individuals in relationship. Simple, that's society. Group of individuals in relationship. Those individuals in relationship will live in certain territory. They have certain interests and mode of life. That is a society. So what you discover about society is artificial. It's not natural. It is artificial. That is why you have different societies, because the way they see society in America may not be the way they see society in Nigeria. Even in my village, society will be different. That is a community anyway. The village is a community. So society is an artificial grouping, whereas community is more closely knit together. This one is artificial. Now, society, above all, has a legal order regulated by power, force, law, government, sanctions. So for society to regulate behavior, there is morality. Morality comes about because of society. Before society, there was no morality. Like Thomas Hobbes said, life was nasty, brutish, and short. That is before society. So education came into society, and you begin to see the importance of education. It cannot be overemphasized. The last speaker told us some of these. So it's a social system, education. It was brought about because it is necessary for development. So the relationship between education and society is that they are like twin brother or sister. They influence one another. They influence one another. Every education has a mark of a society, and every society has a mark of its education. So that is why you find some people jackpotting, because there's a mark of education for that society that is admirable. There's also a mark of education in Nigerian society that is awful. So we will try to see how we can meet with other people of the world. So what is education with society? Education is an adjustment. It's a process of adjustment of an individual to the society. So any education that does not adjust the individual to the society is a wrong education. It's a wrong education. Because you have to develop the student's ability, attitude, behavior. You have to control an individual to fall in line with societal values and morality. In fact, education is established to encourage good behavior, morality. That is why you hear when we're small, they will say that education without morality is like a tea without sugar, tasteless. And that is why, for example, in the university, when they want to award degree, they say they are awarding degree because you are in the field of learning and academics. Learning, academics, and morality. So, but you discover that the emphasis now is 2-1, first class, that is the academic area, but they are forgetting about the moral aspect. That is why somebody can still get first class even when he's a cultist, can still first class even when he's misbehaving. But you are supposed to not give that degree because there are 2 tiers, education and morality. Once you don't fulfill the second one, they should withhold your certificates, but nobody does it. So if we go back and marry the 2 well, we will have a good society. So education should transmit culture, should transmit value, should transmit societal knowledge. That is what education should be. When it's not doing that, again, it's a wrong education. Education is what we do from birth till we die. You can't stop being educated. We are all being educated every day. So education is socialization. Education is social integration. Education has to do with moral values. So now the Nigerian society, we have seen education. We have seen the relationship between education and society. You see, any education that alienates one from the society is wrong education. The problem of Nigeria is that we have foreign education. That is why it was not impact well. Foreign education. Our educational system does not find relevance in our society. We get syllabus, we get educated by saying that is how it's done in US, America, and that's how it's done abroad, United Kingdom. Yes, so we also do it here. No, a good education must be well planted and nourished in an indigenous culture and soil for it to grow. That's what is the problem. So you discover that Nigeria is a very big country, population of over 200 million. You have over 350 languages. And you will discover that our education came with foreign contacts. The European came to Nigeria. They brought education, the missionaries. But the education they brought is formal education. Before, there was informal. We were being educated. It may not be as structured as theirs. It may not be well organized as theirs, because the difference is in organization. Not, in fact, their own is problematic now because you have so many people looking for white-collar jobs that are not there. The education is too theoretical that they brought to us. So we now embedded this type of thing, and we have national policy on education to guide us in our educational process. There is national policy on education. That is like our Bible. But to me, they are ideals. Nigerian government so far have not followed the national policy on education. They have not followed the constitution. If you look at chapter 18 of the constitution, they will tell you that education is a right, just as people have said here. Yes, it is a right. But in implementation, there are over 70 Nigerians that are illiterate. 70% are illiterate of Nigerians, 70%. You discover that if you follow the constitution and the Nigeria national policy on education, the government just put it aside. If not, what did they say? They say government should commit certain resources to education. Are they doing so? Like the last speaker said, there is a pantry sum committed to education in Nigeria, pantry. I looked at it from, at least when I've started schooling, I discovered that 5% of the total budget to education. The maximum we've had so far is even Obasanjo's time, he committed 11% to education of the total national budget. It's still a pantry sum. But when you look at the recommendation from UNESCO, what do you have? 27%. That is what it should be. 27%. We are far from it. That is why our education has problem. The funding is the problem. Funding. That's why we don't have sustainable growth in education. Education is not well funded. In fact, that's the greatest problem. Nigerian education is chronically underfunded.
Prof, can I pace you a bit, please? I think you've got about 2 minutes left now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So time goes fast. So we have to unlock all this. We have to look at how we solve this problem, because in theory, we are supposed to have free education, at least in primary and secondary. University education can be paid for, but nowhere in the world that education is entirely left to government, as somebody said, and nowhere in the world does government off his hand in education. So we have to sit down and say, what percentage will government bring? What percentage will other stakeholders bring? So we have to solve the problem of inadequate funding. And there are so many suggestions. Autonomy, they don't know the meaning. Autonomy is not financial autonomy. Autonomy is institutional autonomy. Money must continue to come from government. A percentage, it can be 20, it can be 40, 50, but they cannot leave it off. Then brain drain is another problem. People are leaving because of the outflow. We begin to have outflow of manpower because we don't know the value of teachers. We don't know the value of educators. Then we begin to see how we can harmonize calendar quickly. You see, we copy, as I've said, Western country. What is happening in Western country? They say it is August, September, new session. July, they go for break for their own summer. But we don't have to do that. In Nigeria, we are an agrarian country. Let's begin to think of agriculture. Our calendar will now move from January, you see, not from September, so that we will leave 3 months for planting in December. So we have to reorder the calendar for our own. We don't have to follow the West. Their own is for summer holidays. Our own is for planting. That is how we should reorder it. The problem finally has to do with this problem of moral decadence. As somebody said, corruption everywhere. You begin to see cultism in schools, sexual harassment. You begin to see fraud and the rest of them. So you have to solve this problem by reforms. You have to call a stakeholders meeting. Government, parents, students, teachers, administrators, they must come down, sit down and see how we build strong characters when it comes to this. Guidance and counseling is being neglected in schools, not just teaching and learning. There must be guidance and counseling. That is education. If you take care of that, then there will be no problem. We'll begin to have functional education, education that will take care of both theory and practice, so that people will not graduate. And so we have to really do a complete overhaul of our educational system. We have to examine our intellectual foundation. We have to look at the society in which knowledge is growing. What is the nature of our society? Education and society must go pari passu. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I still find it difficult to call you a prof, but you are a prof. So thank you very much, Prof. And there is a part of me that says every year we do kind of injustice to speakers in terms of the time allocated, yes, especially when you call professors of this caliber, the two speakers we've had this morning, to do justice to that. But it's always trying to find a balance, right, between how long do you give and so on and so forth. But I hope it's there. But I also hope that the two professors will be kind enough to share your materials with us so that we can circulate to colleagues after the conference. And I'll recommend that people should read your paper on corruption in Nigeria. And I think, because I glanced through it when I was preparing for this, it's great. I think it's quite clear. You make the connection between education and society being a system. As a system full of so many parts, they need to be connected together to work. I didn't realize that professors can be allowed to be radicals. The two professors we had today, you seem very radical. I'm hearing from a prof using Japari. I've learned something. If I've gained nothing from here today, and I know what Japari means. Just to finish this part of this segment, we're going to play a short video, which hopefully I don't let the cat too much out of the bag, but it's appreciating the two teachers, the professors we've just seen now, and all the teachers around the world in terms of the value of being in that profession. Can we have a very short video, please? There is no sound though.
Closure. But it's all public record. Yes. Is it the bank?
No, it's JR. He came to see me. What a nice surprise. Oh, wow. So how you been?
I've been good. I'm in real estate now, which is actually why I'm here. I saw that your house was in foreclosure. But it's all public record.
Yes, it's okay. We're managing. So you come on inside and I can make us some tea.
Oh, actually, I was hoping that you come outside. I have a little surprise for you. Starting with this.
$3,000? Why?
I would never forget when you bought me that bike when I was a little kid. That meant the world to me back then.
That bike only cost $200. I can't take this.
No, it's not just the bike. It's how much you helped me and how much you believed in me. Honestly, I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you. I probably wouldn't.
Honey, look.
That's nice. Not enough to save the house, but can use it as a deposit on the new apartment.
Thank you very much. Oh, there's way more where that came from.
There is?
A lot more.
Who said that?
Why don't you come outside and see?
Who are all these people?
Miss Parker. It's me, Corey.
Corey Miller? Oh my gosh, it's been ages.
I know. But, you know, I never forgot all those times when I didn't have my lunch money. You would always buy me lunch. So, I want to say thank you.
This is too much.
This is for all those hours you'd spend tutoring me after school. No one else would.
Wow. I don't know what to say.
Hey, Miss Parker, it's me, Jamie. You paid for my textbooks when my family couldn't afford it. I don't know if you remember.
Of course I remember you. Oh, I can't believe this is happening. How did you manage to do this?
Well, when I found out what you were going through, I posted about it on our alumni Facebook group. So, turns out a lot of people remembered you for all your kind deeds. So, they all wanted to.
Yep, thank you. We can stop it there now. Thank you, Mr. Rashid.
But they were able to donate through our GoFundMe page.
Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, everyone. I hope the lesson from that short video, it's profound and is impactful, and everyone understood that. But if you want to watch the full length, you can find it on Google. Just have a look. But 2 points from me. One is, colleagues, folks, we all belong to a formal school, an alma mater. Look at yourself today, as I do every day in the mirror. What have we done to give back to the school that made us today. Those of us in Nigeria, those of us who has Japa abroad, as Professor Zainab said, what we've done. And finally, on a lighter note, the two professors, Professor Adidi and Professor Zainab. Professor Zainab is in Unilag. Anyone who went to Unilag today, what are you going to say to Professor Zainab? What are you going to give back to Professor Zainab and his colleagues in Unilag who are ensuring that the likes of you and I and the future generations are properly trained academically and morally? And those of you who went to University of Ife or Bafemi University today, the same, but primarily to those who went to UI with Professor Adedeji, what are you going to do? Are you going to do what you've just seen in that video? But more importantly, some of us, I hope many of us, are thinking about what can I give back to my former school, to my former teachers, just to say thank you. I know some of us do. I'm not going to single out anyone. Apart from, I've got a brother on the platform here today, Alhaji Alarape. I know what he does selflessly to his own alma mater. And I know what some of the NSF leadership colleagues do to their alma mater. I just said I'll spend time on that and let that just sink. And on that note, I cannot find the two professors enough, whatever we've done. We're now going to subject them to the scrutiny and challenge and ask them questions in the Q&A. Can we have the Q&A, which will be moderated by myself and my colleague? And I believe Sister Ayotola, are you helping us? And my brother Niyikuku, are you helping us with the questions, please?
Yes. Good afternoon, everybody. And once more, you're welcome to the NSF UK annual. The first question that we have comes from a member of the NSF family in person of Professor OK LAI. And I'm going to direct one of his questions to one of the profs. Thank you.
Thank you, Akogun. And thank you so much, profs, for a very informative presentation. And my question is this, and directed to Professor Ozenebo. Just like you said, if society is an outcome of established joint activity, what can we do to ensure that education, and by extension, the society, can include the majority of the population who have no access to quality education? From your data, if 70% of Nigerians are illiterate, it means 30% of the so-called literate and educated people are the ones causing all the problems we have. Therefore, more effort put into getting 70% of the illiterates being literate would probably give us a chance to improve our society. So I just wanted you to comment on that, saying 70% of our population are probably not just illiterate, but not in school also. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I hope you are hearing me.
Yes, I can hear you, sir.
Beautiful. You see, education is key. That's true. But there is leadership. That's the problem we have. We have problem of leadership. When you have good leadership, then your question will be dissolved. Because with good leadership, there will be mass education. That's the first thing. Mass education.
Sorry, Prof. Please, we have to incident. Could you please unmute yourself, Prof? Thank you.
Yeah. You're muted. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, I am saying that there must be mass mobilization to do what you have said. That's why somebody says, declare a state of emergency in education, so that primary school and secondary school, let it be free. That one, they tried that one in Lagos State. Free education, primary and secondary. It built schools, books free. Abroad, secondary and primary school, free. They give you even computer, they give you books, they give you food. When you do that, then you have reduced the illiteracy rates, secondary and primary. Not everybody can go to the university. That's not what I'm talking about. Secondary and primary, make it free. There's nothing that stops us because it's constitutional. It is constitutional. So governments that have failed, we should pass a vote of no confidence on them. Our National Assembly should just sit down and say that since you have not been able to make free education, you step aside. But they won't because of corruption. When you are giving me SUV that is 40 million, when you are giving me a choice area house, I won't be able to talk. Those who have eaten, their mouth must be closed. But if you have not eaten, you can be talking. But when you are eating, you keep quiet. So that is the problem, sir. Corruption is a problem. And our inability to have the will to recall our leaders. Let's recall them because they have violated the provision of the Constitution. Free education at all levels. But we know that is an ideal. Nobody is talking of, it's not realistic. But primary and secondary school, we can do it.
Yeah.
Give the governors will be the one in their states. Local governments should do primary. State governors should do secondary. That's how it goes.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
No, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Can I just follow up quickly on that? Because one of the things he also said was that we have imported education, and I'm glad that you mentioned the local governments and you know and schools, our village schools, and you're actually right in saying that what happens, because I know of some village schools whereby the issue of attendance is actually due to what happens in the village. For example, when it's harvest season or planting season, the kids don't go to school because they have to help their parents. It's a priority.
That's it.
So therefore, it's not necessarily an imported form of education that will affect those ones if those within the local authority cannot actually do something about formulating and changing the curriculum in those areas. So what I'm saying, and possibly agreeing with you, is that in order for us to get more out of school kids into schools and education, we probably need to start from our home, from village schools and from our locality that we can manage. I don't know what you think of that.
Yeah,
Prof,
sorry, let me tell you. Huh?
Before you answer the question, can I plead with colleagues, please? Can we make the questions and answer a bit shorter and put question and answer so that we can get more in a very short period of time? Thank you.
Yes, sir, Brother Charles, yes.
Yeah, thank you very much. You know, if you recall, I told you about the calendar. That's the problem we have. And curriculum. You see, calendar and curriculum is a problem in our educational system. The calendar that they use in Lagos, an urbanized area, is the type they also want to use in the village, which is not right.
Yeah.
You see, I told you we are an agrarian nation. There's nothing that stops us from not changing our calendar, removing it from this September to July, and bring it to January. You see, look at when there is harvest and planting.
Yeah.
So that we go to the farm. There will be food everywhere. Even in Lagos, there are farmlands.
Yes.
So let us change our calendar first. Once we do that, you will see what that will. No, but this time we are following those people in overseas by changing our calendar to suit their own holiday.
Yeah.
We go for summer. You see, the House of Rep people want to go for summer. They won't change it. They want to go for summer.
Can we?
They won't change it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Sorry, moderator. I just have one question for Professor Adedeji. Am I still all right? Or someone else can ask?
Keep it short, please. And
yes, I will.
Because we need to take 1 or 2 questions from the audience as well.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Sir, Professor Adedeji, thank you again for your lecture. I just have this question. Education that cannot solve problems is a poor education. I think that was one of your quotes. So in that case, does it mean that the current education system we have cannot solve the problem of inclusion and the problem of out of school students?
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
as I said, education must be inclusive. An inclusive education is that provides for the head, for the heart, and for the hand. If our education cannot do that, then that means it cannot be problem solving. And that's why we have many people outside, destroying our streets, destroying our nation states, because the education has focused too much on theory, as the last speaker said. And that's not education. Education must be total, must take care of what goes on in your mind. In fact, the mind must be developed before you even begin to develop a physical infrastructure. Because, you see in Nigeria, people build roads. And the next thing you see is people digging the road that are just being constructed. And I ask myself, what type of education is this? This road has been there unbuilt for several years. Nobody thinks about laying pipe, laying cable. It is when that road is built that they start thinking we have to put cable there, and they destroy it again. Is that the type of education we want? That's not education. As I said, education helps us to organize ourselves. That's the total essence of education, organization. You organize your time, your thoughts, your plan. What do you do? When do you do it? How do you do it? Who will do it? That's what education does. If education doesn't do that, then it's not education. Education must be inclusive. That's just it. Just to sum up your question. Inclusive education must take care of the head, which is the mental, which is the cognitive. Must take care of the heart, which is the affective, and must take care of the hand, which is technical, which is the psychomotor, which is when you don't see job, a white-collar job, your education will tell you can do something with what you have acquired.
Thank you, sir.
That's inclusive.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Sister Tola and Brother Lee Kuku, any more questions, please, particularly from the audience?
Yes,
Okay,
Sister
so
Tola
there
will
is a question here from Rosalind Banjo. I would read it out if she's not available to ask it, but if she is available, please go ahead, Rosalind Banjo. Okay, I'm not sure Rosalind is available.
Hello, I'm here. I'm here.
Okay, Rosalind, go ahead.
Okay. Hello, everyone, and thanks for the speakers and the moderator for this session today. Question actually is about the state of the schools in Nigeria and what we can do. The schools we're talking about are the ones we went to. And
sorry, Rosalind, could you turn on your camera? Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, and also please, if you just go straight to the question, so that because we need
that's what
to get more. Thank you.
Yeah. So now what I see is I'm just trying to start my video.
Yes, we can see you now.
Okay, you can see me. Yeah. What I can see now is that we've got two tier system in Nigeria. So we have the private schools, which are more or less more than the normal schools we went to. And what I see is that if you can afford to send your children to private school, then that's fine. But what happens to the children who are less privileged? If the alumni do not support the schools, I would feel that these schools would no longer be available in about 20, 30 years' time. What happens to those children? To be engaging with the government, saying, okay, what are you going to do with it? Because all these schools are here now, and the school we went to probably would not exist if we are not supporting them. So what can we do, to change the mind of the government, or the thinking? Because we're going to have, a huge problem in about 20, 30 years to come. Thank you.
We're not sure whether, the audio was good enough. Prof, the question was directed at Prof. Adedeji, actually. And there is a similar question, so you might use the opportunity to please answer it. What you're actually asking is that this whole seminar boils down to inclusion. So what practical steps can be taken by the government or the society in general to have those that are less privileged and those that are regarded as having one disability or the other, in order for them to be able to have the education that's so important, as we've stressed. So what can the society do to have them educated?
Thank you very much. And that's still talking about inclusiveness. Inclusive education is the one that leaves nobody behind. And the way our schools are built, are constructed, are already creating big problems, especially for those people who are not physical, those who are physically challenged. And education, like I said, is not to be left in the hand of government alone. And that's the problem, that the mistake we make in Nigeria. We think that because we say education is a right. And I said that right also imposes responsibility on all. If you say education is free, as an economist, you say at whose expense? Somebody must pay for it. There's nothing that is free. If you say it's free, who is going to pay for it? And if government is not willing to pay, then somebody must come and rescue the education. And that's why I said in my lecture, I said there must be private funding in public schools. The private, like what you are doing now is part of inclusive, consideration. In my alma mater, I went to St. Lawrence's Grammar School, Elisha. But if you see what the whole student association are doing now, fantastic work, building laboratory, giving the school what the government cannot give. If you leave education to this government, they are not even ready to do anything. We must be willing to also subscribe to what is happening in the system. And when we do that, then we can begin to think of those people who should have access. I also talk about access. There are so many people that are outside now, because even when they are there are no facilities to take care of them. So we must build the education system that can provide not ordinary, access in terms of enrollment, but we call it epistemology access. That is people accessing, the knowledge that the school system will be giving them. And like we have said, education is something that must make, the learner very, very, they must be willing to learn. It must be attractive. It must capture all their characteristics. They must be willing, to even learn on their own. Not only trying to teach them, but let them also see what they can gain from one another. I remember in those days, the kind of school we went to, schools that, will give us a lot of practical experiences. We go home, we did a lot of, sewing, putting things together, bringing it back to school the next day. They don't do that. So I think when education becomes interesting, many people will be willing to participate. But as we have now, it's not interesting, it's not inclusive. Many people, even those people who are there, their interests are not captured. Their realities are not addressed. People are not even interested in it. Even those people, you see a lot of dropout now in the school system. Because, I mean, if you just subject education to teaching, you get them bored. Make it practical. Make it interesting. Let them also see what they can do with their hands. Let us make sure that we're not only theorizing, teaching. Let them learn practical things. That's what education is all about. I mean, that's my own definition of it.
Thank you very much, sir. We'd like to call on Kingsley Omokale. He has a question to ask. Please be very brief.
Okay.
Can you show
You're
speaking my mind.
Yes.
Our market never come, but it will come on Monday.
Good afternoon, Prof, and thank you very much. This question is, I would say, to Professor Adedeji, and maybe my second one will be to just general question. The first one is, you talked about educational capability, attitude, and altitude. And my question is, would it be fair to say that our educational system has failed us in Nigeria, considering we have academics who are well-read, up to PhD, some professors, formulating these educational policies to propagate us to the so-called next generation, and the output at the other end are unemployable, because if you see the quality coming out, it's embarrassing to say the least, even those that have jackpot. So that's on the one hand. On the second, my second question is, now you see, when we're in school, some of us, maybe late 70s, 80s, in Lagos, we used to ride on the bus. The buses had numbers. You see bus 84 going Awolowo from TPS, and maybe you're going the other way. Now, someone stands at a garage and shouting Iyana Baja CMS and all those things. That is a breakdown in our whole being. Considering the fact that the amount is not spent, it's not what the old students or institutions give back.
So sorry, brother. Can I push you to ask the question? Sorry.
So my question is, how can we impact the government to change that attitude of making the educational policies work and also increasing the amount spent on education? Thank you. Those are the two questions I have. Thank you.
Prof, please answer briefly, sir. The question is directed to Professor Adedeji. Okay, if Prof is not available,
Professor is muted.
Prof is
muted.
Okay.
Prof is muted.
Please, Prof, kindly unmute yourself, or check. Unmute Prof for us, please.
Hello? Can you hear me?
No, we can't hear you, Prof. Unmute yourself, sir.
Mr. Kuku, Prof, I don't know if you've seen Prof is driving at the same time.
Yeah.
I just wonder whether.
I think it's unsafe. I think.
Yeah, I know it's driving safely, but that might be
anyone,
affecting.
the other professor can.
I wonder if Professor Zanabo can come in.
Yes, let me. You just, what's the question? Just say what that guy wants. For example, you are talking of how to make government do their job. Is that not the summary?
Yes, sir.
Yes. For the second one, yes, sir.
Yeah, it's very clear. We have to summon the willpower to, since it's a democracy, if you ask me, some people should just go to court and say that the government is not doing the constitutional provision. You will have a order of mandamus on government to implement what is supposed to be done, which is free education in primary and secondary. Is there. You know how? The money is there. Somebody was talking of poverty money. No, it's corruption. They have embezzled them. Are you getting me? For example, government does TED funds. There is TED fund. There is education tax fund. Education tax fund. There is education tax fund. These are money. They come in every time. Instead of you to pump it to education, they will embezzle it. That's it. Corruption. Even
Thank you very much, sir.
Yes, even the, what do you call it? Our pension and gratuity that they are taking from our money, millions. When you retire for 2 years, you cannot access it. They have used it, they have borrowed it. There is problem in the country, my dear. So it's leadership. I still say it. It's problem of leadership. So somebody should go to court and say, and a judge should be bold enough to order the government to do that, or they vacate office. Simple.
Thank you very much, Prof. God bless you.
Thank you. I believe Professor Zenabo is going to be with us throughout the whole duration of the seminar. So we might be able to take some questions. I don't know about Professor Adedeji, but Professor Zenabo is going to be with us, unless he tells me otherwise. What I was going to suggest is, if I take one, let's take one final question from Sister Ayotola on behalf of someone in the audience, and we just move on and deal with the Q&A later. Sister Tola, one last question from you, please.
Okay, I'm looking at the chat, and there's a question from Mr. Gerald Olushi. Can you please fire on if you're ready? Otherwise, I'd have to read the question. If you're available to read the question, that would be good, or to say your question.
If you're there.
Yeah, well, he's here, but well, I think I would do the question if he's not available to do it now. Okay, so he says very quickly, he says, and he hasn't told me who this question is directed to, but we could direct it to Professor Zenabo. He says, yes, I believe education cannot be separated from the society. Any education that alienates you from the society is not right education. My question is, how can we truly and genuinely solve the problem of Japaism? That's his question. He said something about what Professor Bola Tinubu said, but I think his question is, how can we solve the problem of Japaism? He says President Bola Tinubu, like his predecessors, has again approved the establishment of more universities in the country. Is this the right step in the right direction? So 2 questions, the one about Japaism, and the next question about the fact that there are more universities established in Nigeria. He says that is this the right step in the right direction? So that would be for Professor Azenepo. Thank you.
Okay. Now you see that you say, how do we, first of all, let's look at the idea of more educational institutions, more universities. When we don't even have money to maintain the existing ones, it's an aberration. Most of these institutions are glorified secondary schools. They don't have what it takes at all. So what do you do? Let's do what they did in banks. Acquisition and mergers. That's all they did in bank, and they survived. Many banks went away. So all these institutions now merge them according to their area of proximity. If it is Lagos that the mushroom universities are, merge them with the bigger one. At the end of the day, they will now be like campuses everywhere. That is how to solve that problem of many universities. Merge them. Let's do what they did to the bank, acquisition and merger. If we have not brought it to education yet, we did it to the financial world. And today, there is no case of you putting money in the bank and you get there, they say, no, come back tomorrow, there's no money. That is why it used to be. So they have made them more stronger. So let's make institutions stronger by merging them. Now, Japan, what do? You make the educational institution more attractive. If you go abroad, you see what we see what educational institutions are like. Comfortable offices, regular salaries, loans available for you to buy a car. You are a teacher, a professor. You cannot even afford a car. Your students have car. When you are going, they will lift you. You will just bow your head. You see, you cannot afford. How much is your salary? My salary as a professor today is not up to $300. $300. I'm telling you that. Now, that $300, if my daughter went abroad, he just went into the supermarket and he made $4,000 in a month. So why would you not Japa? $4,000 in a month. Somebody that is an undergraduate just for staying in stocking. That's all. So we must make it more attractive for people to stay here. If what I'm going to look for in Sokoto is in Shokoto trouser. What am I going for? I will stay. That's all.
Thank you, Prof. I can see since the last time I saw you when we did the levels together, your Yoruba has improved tremendously. Because those days I have to do the translation for you. No, thank you. Colleagues, I know there are loads of questions people want to ask. We experience this every year. It starts slowly and people get into the mood and questions are flowing. I'm hoping that my friend, colleague, Professor Zenabo can stay with us. And when we do the second round of the Q&A, he will join the panel as well with the other next two speakers, and we can ask more questions. So please, and also any questions are unanswered, as we've done in the past before, we're quite happy to send them to the speakers, and I hope hopefully they will kindly respond back and NSF can collate and post them on our website. Right, I'm going to hand over now, just because I need to have a glass of water rather than something stronger. Having listened to some of the radical talks and radical answers given by the two professors. Can I now hand over to my sister, my co-moderator, to introduce the afternoon session? Can I apologize? We did build in a short break, but unfortunately, or fortunately, because it was lively conversations, rather than being a monologue, we've eaten into that time. All I would say is that if colleagues want to have a quick glass of whatever, do it as we speak. Ask whoever is in your household who is not taking part to make the tea and coffee for you so that we can push on as quickly as we can. Sister Uremi, over to you, please.
Thank you so much, Oga Charles Bazwaye. I'm so excited with all the questions and the more information and the interest in this seminar and the topic so far, and that is amazing. That means that we are all going to be proactive to want to do something to make education system in our country a lot better. So now the next speaker is another educationist in a special way. I am privileged to know her, and she is like my own, she is my younger sister, and she's got so much experience. And I know, Oga Charles, you'll be happy with this because she's a product of the University of Benin. Okay, now she did her first degree there, the University of Benin, and graduated with agriculture. However, she went on to do MBA in finance from the University of Nigeria, Open University of Nigeria, and also she did an MSc in international agribusiness, and it's from Leeds City University, and she is currently pursuing a PhD in international agribusiness. However, even though she did her first degree in agric, she went into the tech world, but she came back to her first love of agriculture. And she is currently the group head business development at the BOI Investment and Trust Company. Now, there's so much I can say about her, but I will just go skip to one of the things she has done recently, or for the past 10 years. She has successfully raised 250 billion naira debt for project financing in Nigeria across several sectors. Now, she's not just only into her business and all, she is a massive volunteer. During the COVID before and even during the COVID, she went into food distribution to the less privileged. She's also a supporter of the girl child, and not just shouting girl child. She ran a campaign where she gives the girl child in secondary school age sanitary pads and sanitary towels, because that is one of the things. Victoria, I can talk from today to tomorrow about you, but please, could you all give a special welcome to my dear sister. She is a mentor. She is a mother. She is goodness gracious. I think I'm lost of words right now, but I present to you Victoria Madedo.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I feel so welcome. Good afternoon, everyone. It's afternoon from where I speak in Lagos, and it's been an interesting conversation, and I've learned a lot from Professor Adedeji and Professor Azenabo. And I would say the conversation is like an opening for the conversation we're going to be having this afternoon. Education for all is a must. And we already understand what education is. So I'll be talking about the collaborations that can bridge the gap in the education system, which is the public and private partnerships. This is the outline of what I'm going to speak about today. We know that education is the fourth goal for the Sustainable Development policy that was established by the United Nations. And it is important that we prioritize as a nation education, most especially in the rural community. But why is education important? It allows us to critically think about things. I mean, making policies as leaders, you need critical thinking. Leadership is not only in government, even as parents, we should have the ability to critically think about situation, issues, and direct our children accordingly. And once we're able to do that, we will have some level of social stability and economic growth, because education empowers us as individuals so that we can be sustainable both financially and as an ecosystem. But even though it sounds so interesting, what education can do for us, this sector is besieged with a lot of challenges. And we know that education goes beyond the four walls of a university or a school. We have seen the importance of education even in the area markets. And we can also see how this structure has enabled them to form a formidable economy. However, how does that translate to our everyday life? We have today huge disparity, not only in Nigeria, but on a global scale. These are challenges hinder the quality of education that we are able to receive as a people and our children are able to receive to become the leaders of tomorrow. Today, across Nigeria, we have a lot of out-of-school children. But do you know what is most painful? Globally, 118.5 girls are out of school. And in Nigeria, 20 million, only in Nigeria, girls are out of school. And we know the importance of a girl child in every economy. If you want to grow a nation, then educate your daughters. But why do we have a lot of out-of-school children? We have poor infrastructure in the country. If you go to the riverine area of Nigeria, you would understand that even those that are in the rural area that are not riverine, that don't have chairs, are even better off than those in the riverine area that have to paddle canoes and have to stay learning in water, wearing rain boots. It is painful, it is disheartening, but it is the truth. We have overcrowding in our classrooms. I mean, even in the Lagos, where we have the best economy in the country. Children sit on windows to get educated. The truth is, people want to learn, but the environment is not conducive. The average Nigerian has the appetite, the zeal to learn, to know more. But as much as road network, as little as that, we do not have to connect the rural area to the urban area, to connect our homes to our schools. Not to talk about adequate lighting in the classroom. And when you have poor infrastructure like this as an economy, it translates into the quality of teachers that you're going to have. Today, globally, we have 68.8 million teachers required to fill the gap to have quality education. Globally, imagine what the statistics will be in Nigeria when we are suffering from brain drain. In fact, when I was preparing for this presentation, I had a bias. I said, why should we be talking about education with those in the UK when they are the ones advertising for Nigerian teachers to come over to the UK? We are suffering from brain drain. And the brain drain is as a result of our poor economic structure. More people are going to leave, be it lecturers or primary school teachers. Even with knowing that we have poor quality teachers, because the good ones are leaving, they're going for greener pastures, and you cannot blame them. You cannot stop somebody's destiny unless you provide what is right for them to stay, to keep them. Yet we have high student enrollment because nowadays, because of the internet, everybody wants to go to school. Because everybody wants to be able to do TikTok, everybody wants to be able to stay on social media. And with this Jakba syndrome, everybody wants to have basic education that can allow them communicate when they move to their new country. And all of these, when we summarize all of these challenges, it boils down to economic factors. How do we improve these economic factors? How do we improve it? And that is why we're here today. It's not to complain, it's to find solutions. And that's why we have the best and the brightest of minds in this room. Public-private partnership will allow us to do that. What does it mean? It's a collaboration between the government and the private entities, private sector, to be able to deliver quality education service and also enhance the current one that we have. Remember, education is now dynamic. People learn online. People get their degrees without going into any form of room outside their home. How do we collaborate so that we can meet our cultural structure at the same time be globally compliant? As we think global, we have to, as we look at our local and our cultural needs and suit our education within that confine, we also have to see how it fits into the global structure. So public-private partnership is a way to go. And I'm going to tell you what the advantages of PPP is when it comes to education. It improves access to quality education because most of these collaborations allow you access to better infrastructure, allows children to be able to find the innovativeness in them and bring it to the fore. We can see what happened with the CC Hub, where Mark Zuckerberg even came into the country without telling the president of the country, because it wasn't political for him, it was purpose for him. So that kind of collaboration, that kind of, to bring the innovativeness of children to the fore is one of the advantages of PPP. When we also look at chairs in the slum, it is a form of education that has brought a lot of children out of the slum into school and onto the global platform. It has unlocked the innovativeness in them, and they're able to efficiently utilize it. Because the private sector is involved, we know that they come with relevant industry skills. We do not want to be theoretical anymore. We want to be practical, because a lot of these theories are being taken over by artificial intelligence. So it's really, what can you do with your hands? And if you're not innovative, if you do not have the efficiency in you, if you do not have the ability to unlock your critical thinking skills, then you will be like a societal misfit. So the industry skills, the educators that can bring the industry relevant skills to the table and train children and impact this knowledge into them is what we need today. And that is one of the advantages that the PPP brings. And because it is a collaboration, the government will be able to ensure quality assurance, because they will act as providing an oversight function to ensure that quality does not drop. That is the standard. However, we know that there's complexity when it comes to delivering what the government needs to deliver. As a people, we've been able to observe over time that they are the ones that break a lot of compliance rules. It is unfortunate, but it is the reality. Currently, we have some PPP models that are in the country and that are working well. And these are mostly in collaboration with foundations, NGOs, and even for-profit organizations that are social enterprise focused. And some of these models are the charter model. The charter model is a collaboration between a private entity and the government. The one we have in Nigeria is the Bridge Academies, right? So they are able to go into the rural area across Nigeria. They're not only in Nigeria, they're in Nigeria, Kenya, Uganda, and Mozambique. So what they do is take education into the rural areas in collaboration with the government to build infrastructures that are globally compliant, but mirrors the local need of the country. And they, most especially the ones in Nigeria, the schools in Nigeria have won a lot of awards globally. And they're able to make sure that the rural poor that are interested in going, it's highly competitive anyway to enter into their school, but you have to be from the real rural poor to be able to come onto, to be onboarded in their school. We have the model of the build, operate, and transfer. It's popular with the medical sector. The schools that have teaching hospitals. And one of that model is the one we see with the Cancer Treatment Center in Luce. This was co-funded by foundations, NSI, which is the Nigerian Sovereign Investment Authority, and the government of Nigeria. So what they do is after 10 years, they will give back the management of this cancer treatment center to the executive of the Lagos State University Teaching Hospital. And it is a world-class cancer treatment center, which will expose the students in the school and those that are doing housemanship and residency to the latest technologies so that they can be globally competitive. We also have Teach for Nigeria. What they do is to bring people in the private sector that are doing well, those that are maybe in the tech, in banking, to come to teach the students that are underserved so that they can open their minds to possibility. So this is more of a partnership between those that are currently in paid employment with the government schools as a voluntary service to give back. Now, what they do is to also take some of these students to do internship in these institutions so that they are properly exposed and entrenched into the area of focus, whatever they choose to do, because sometimes children will tell you that they have 7, 8, 10 career paths, and they're not settled. So what Teach for Nigeria helps these children to do is entrench them into these 10 unstable career paths so that they can choose what they want to do. And it's a form of apprenticeship for them. So it gives them clarity of purpose. Then you have the school management contracts, where we see with the missionaries are managing schools for the government, and that kind of relationship, although it's not really working well in Nigeria, but it is a model that we have tried as a country before.
Sorry, you've got about 3 minutes to go.
Okay. So we have the challenges and the concerns and best practices. For us to meet quality standards and promote inclusivity as a people, the government must play a pivotal role. And this is through effective regulations. But we know that integrity is #1 challenge that we have as a people in government. When they say yes, you have to check whether it is YES or it is something else that has been said. And this PPP also shows that there's a lot of cost overrun. So you're trying to meet the underserved people, but somehow, somewhere, because it's too padded as a project, in the end, it becomes too expensive a project to actualize. And there is technical defects, because even though the idea has been conceived and it is supposed to be something very good, unfortunately, they bring people, the government side of the project bring people in that are not technically sound to implement some of these collaborations. So what our concerns are today is transparency and monitoring. Until we are able to find a way, maybe leveraging technology, to make these kind of collaborations transparent in terms of costs, in terms of the terms and conditions of operations, literally, and who is going to provide the oversight function, so that we can have a proper regulation that gives accountability to the people that are involved in this kind of collaboration. Therefore, for the future of education in Nigeria, it is important for us to keep pace with what is going on globally and for us to remain competitive. And to do that, we need to adopt technological advancement, innovative teaching, and make sure we're economically competitive in terms of what pay these tutors or lecturers are given, so that globally they are able to also stand shoulder to shoulder with their peers in the world. And for us to have this innovative teaching using artificial intelligence and all new technologies, we need to partner with the private sector. And the private sector today in this conversation is you in this room. So we need you to be able to help our education system. So let us work together to create a Nigeria where every child's dream can come true, with you as the pace setter. Thank you very much. My name is Victoria Madeda, and I'm glad to have the opportunity to share my insight with you all.
Wow, 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 wow. Can we please give a round of applause to Victoria? Thank you so, so much, Victoria, for this amazing presentation. To be honest with you, it's as if all the speakers of today so far all had a meeting. I don't know, because everything is just sinking. You're all saying something and even giving more light to us. Like some of the things I picked from your talk was the public-private partnership. I never even knew we already had a few of them in existence, like the charters you talked about in the rural area. I didn't even know they existed. So a lot, and one of the things you really hit on was the government. We need accountability in terms of like the transparency and monitoring. And that is one of the major things, because I know there are lots of Nigerians, home and abroad, who are willing to give back, but they just need to know how, where, and they need accountability because they're ready to give back and don't want things to just go wasted. And just as we said, we all know the corruption that has eaten into our country. And I hope this will be, this is kind of like igniting the fire even more for us to do something in the education system in our country. Thank you so, so much. Thank you so much. Oga Charles, over to you, please.
No, thank you. Before you get it off my sister,
yeah,
I can see a smiling face, grinning from left to right, and rightly so, because it's been a wonderful, wonderful presentation.
Yes.
Do you know what? People might be jealous. Great Uniben.
This one I'm jealous now. I'm jealous.
Yeah, so we produce beauty and brain in Uniben. All right. So yes. Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much. I think it's quite interesting. I mean, I did in preparing for this a bit of research on all the topics. In this particular talk you've just given, I don't know if people realize that I found out that the contribution by the private sector to education worldwide is only $680 million a month. And I repeat that. It sounds like a lot of money, but it's only 5% of the aid that are going to education. More profound, are you waiting for this? It's less than 0.1% of the profit of Exxon and Shell or Mobil. So it's less than 0.1% of those two oil giants, the profits they make. It's absolutely unacceptable. You throw the gauntlet down, you say it starts with us. Yes, I like reflection, I like mirroring. So colleagues on this forum, we can do our own little bit to add to the financial stability of education in Nigeria. So thank you very much, my sister. Uniben is proud of you. Thank you. If we move swiftly to the last presentation, I sound like a politician. I can make a case for every presentation here today to be the best. The last one, the last but not the least, is arguably probably the best of all the topics. My sister from university looking at me said, "God, this guy's a YU man. He praises everyone." Yes, I do. It's because from all the previous speakers and the previous session, the one thing, the golden thread all along has been leaders, leaders, leaders. Whether it's from Professor Adedeji, Professor Zenabo, and yourself, the emphasis around leadership is important. And leadership for me is the act of empowering other people to do what you want them to do for the good of society. And I'm going to invite the next speaker, Mrs. Oludara Okelola, to address the subject of leaders in education. Force for change with a question mark, the impact of culture and religion on the national education landscape. Before I do that, let me first of all do justice to your name. Oluwadare. God has done wonders, and I'm sure you'll be doing wonders to us today. You'll be spreading that wonders and sharing that gift with us. Okelola, I believe my poor Yoruba interprets that to mean success and endurance. You must have had a lot of endurance. You have spent 35 years in the education sector. Being a teacher, a leader in 6 secondary schools is phenomenal. In English language, we say someone has won a t-shirt. You've done it, you won a t-shirt. I think you deserve that accolade because not many people can say, I was a teacher. No, first of all, I was a student, a degree in education from the University of Ife, then did a master's at the University of Lagos. So not being a student, that wasn't enough. A teacher, a vice principal, a principal, a permanent secretary, until you retire, a permanent secretary in 2019, you then retired in 2021. You retired, but not 2023. You retired this January this year. You retired, but not tired, as we say in Nigeria. So that's why you're here today. So you're not tired. And it's absolutely phenomenal in terms of your achievement. If I just read out, you said many capacity building and training program, a Christian leadership program, another workshop facilitated by Lagos State Civil Service, a community leader, a philanthropist, and a leader in a Living Faith Foundation Church. I think it's quite clear that your faith is a key part of your development and your progress and what you've achieved, and you've been ordained a deaconess in 2019. And to cap it up, you married to a pharmacist. I hope your pharmacist husband has prescribed the solution for us that will take education to a greater height in Nigeria. Over to you, Ma.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm privileged to be part of this program, Nigerian Schools Foundation, UK. Thank you for having me on board. Sincerely, most of the things I plan to talk about, they have been trashed. In terms of what education is and all those things, the types of education, the forms of education we have. But I'll just start, I won't bother, I'll just go straight to the third slide. I will not talk much about what education is again, because all these ones have been talked about by the earlier speaker, so as not to waste so much time. So I'll just talk briefly on the types of education we have in Nigeria as a whole. We have the formal education, which has to do with the schooling system or maybe training that some of our students have to go through that can involve being in a classroom and get at the end of it, you get certified or get it certificated. Then we also have the informal education, which has to do with interaction with friends, with family and work colleagues. That is, normally when a child is born, depending on the environment the child is born to, there's what is called a mother tongue that the child grows with. And it's been discovered that if a child grows up in an environment where 4 languages are spoken, and those languages are spoken
Hello. Is
it network issues?
possibly. She seems to have dropped off.
Oh, okay.
But can you hear me? Just to make sure it's not just.
Yes, I can hear you very well.
All right, I can hear you. So I think she's dropped off.
But to be honest with you, while we're waiting for her to come back, I just think, the speakers, they've never met, to be honest with you, and they all synchronize in all the topics and everything that they're saying. Education is just as Professor Adeleke said, is that the education is not just about going to school or certificates. It's all about us as individuals, the mind, the heart, the being, the everything, and the society as well. It took me back to when I was in secondary school, when he was also talking about a hands-on education. I did metal work. I did woodwork. I hated it. Goodness gracious. Oh my God. This is my small, tiny fingers. I had to do the metal work. I had to use nail. I had to use screwdriver. But they were not all wasted, because I can stand in any place and anybody's talking about technical drawing, or an architect is talking about the plan they have in front of them. I can understand, I can direct. So that is all about education. And I'm so happy. I'm so, if not just happy, I'm privileged that I am part of this seminar seminar today. I don't know what to say, Oga Charles.
No, you made a point. I think someone earlier on the chat forum earlier on did wanted to ask question or some kind of discussion around vocational training, apprenticeship. I know you said you hate metal work in those days. I don't know about you now. You might look back and say, well, I hope I took it quite seriously, because I get fleed by plumbers and electricians in my house. I don't know what I don't know. They charge me for whatever they charge me. I wish I spent some time in Nigeria, vocational training, especially, and I'm going to say this controversially, the 1 year, I believe, was partly wasted during my NSF, I said NSF.
And NYC.
NYC in Jos. If I spent that year to just learn on the side to be a mechanic, I would have saved myself a lot of money. I'd be able to do my service, my car myself, and don't have to rely on someone tell me what I don't know. Vocational education, and I think we covered it in one of the seminars in the previous years. We need to return back to it. It's a great thing. It's a big thing in the UK. It was a big thing in Nigeria because I worked in WAEC office, where I worked in what they call the City and Guilds, where there was a lot of emphasis around vocational training in Nigeria in those days. And I think that should complement, not supplant, the academic education. There's a place for everything. Our own in-house Professor OK will tell you that there is a big place for vocational education in Nigeria. We need to demystify and educate our Nigerian parents to, every one of us cannot go to university. Not everyone can go to University of Benin, but I think it's important. Yeah, but it's important to recognize that there is a place. In the UK, for example, every organization with more than 250 employees has to commit a percentage of their salary income into apprenticeship levy, which the government puts in a portal in order to offer education, vocational education to young people. And it's not just to young people, it can cut across. And I know some old student colleagues, some associations are engaging their schools in bringing back vocational training alongside the traditional training. I think there's a guy on the colleague here. I know he's a very shy guy, Dr. Ogufemi. He's not a medical doctor. He's got a PhD, also a lecturer in the UK here. He spends a lot of time with, I believe, is the University of Ilaro or Ilaro Polytechnic in establishing a properly funded vocational training supported by some guys from Germany. Yeah, so while we're waiting for whether or not we'll get connection from our colleague, I think I don't want to steal her thunder, but I would have thought the point she was trying to make was the fact that leaders will play a big part in changing the education landscape. Professor Zenabo said earlier on, and this is not a political point or a political point about it, whether you supported UPN or whatever the other party was in Nigeria at the time, you have to stand up and salute the courage and the vision that Jack Conde had in creating those schools. And many of us kind of poo-poo it because we thought they were substandard. But he did something in 4 years that many leaders have not been able to do in 20 years. I'm not going to say more than that because I might stray into politics and something might start bashing my head. But you look at him, that's what leadership is about. He had a vision that education would transform Nigeria. And I know his mentor, Bafemi Awolowo, had the same vision, that education is the only panacea to our solution. And you've heard today from Professor Zenabo, from Professor Adedeji, the point about leadership being the key to unlocking the potentials in Nigeria. So I'm sure Mrs. Okelola will probably have touched on that, will touched on the part of the influence, something which in the course of today we've not heard from is the impact of religion and culture on the education landscape in Nigeria. We shouldn't shy away. Is she back?
No, she's not yet back, but I was
Back
just
here.
thinking,
Can we use
why
the opportunity to ask a question that I was supposed to?
Let me finish. I know you are a chief, but for today, you are my subject. All right. So
Yes,
if I just finish naturally, I think it's important when we begin to have a discourse, the elephant in the room, especially going back to the theme of today, which education is a right, no one should be left behind. Culture has impacted, religion has impacted. The number of people who are out of schools, not just in Nigeria, in some part of the world, we talk about Afghanistan, the northern part of Nigeria, all in the name of religion. I know as a Christian, I know as someone who went to a Muslim school for 7 years, I don't see anywhere in the Quran or in the Bible that says girls should not attend schools. So I'll leave it there, and hopefully she'll come back. Hopefully, if not, people will ask questions. What might be... Is she back?
Yeah, she is back.
Right? Otherwise, I was going to start talking about EastEnders and Coronation Street. Right. Thank you, Ma. Can you hear me, Ma? Are you back with us? The joy of technology.
Hello?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. You know what they say about technology? It fails you at the most important time.
I have like 2 laptops on my table, and
I know. We've all been there
I'm
at some point.
using my phone now. I
Okay,
don't want to use the phone for. It's okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We're back with you.
So,
over to you.
It's okay. So I was talking about the different types of education we have. Then we have the non-formal education, which has to do with the community, the groups, other organizations that are students or whoever or human beings can be involved with. So I'll talk briefly on the importance of education now. What education does to people. The 2 professors, especially Professor Adedeji, talked about being educated and being transformed after you are educated. So we know that education helps in broadening one's horizons. Through it, you gain better perspectives, and it helps you to think for yourself. You can reason, you can sit down and analyze issues. You can see this is wrong, this is not right through education. It helps you to develop problem-solving skills or critical skills. Through education, your mental and your physical health is developed or is improved. Then with education, peace among members of the global community is maintained. Now is a global world. Nigeria is not in isolation. All the countries in the world, all the continents, they are interwoven. They have to move together. They have to relate with one another. That's why you have EU, European Union, you have African Union, where the issues that have to do with different people or different countries are looked into. Then it also helps in the society, because now, as a society, as a member of the society, you are more open-minded. You are ready to accept people for who they are. That is a result of being educated. It helps in creativity and innovation. It allows you to think outside the box. Rote learning is no more encouraged. Children or students are encouraged to look at options of finding solutions to challenges that they come across. And one of the most important things that we get, or one of the most important results of being educated, is financial stability. It affords people the opportunity to land well-paying jobs. Then even those who are learning apprenticeship, when they go through schools, it helps them to be able to highlight or to be able to know what is expected of them. And at the end of the day, this drives capital to the economy and thereby improving the productivity in the society. Now, let me now go to the main topic. who are the leaders in the education system? Who are the leaders in the education system? Now I said that leaders as change agents in the system. In the system we have now,
She's muted herself.
Can I? Sorry. Can I? Am I being heard? Yep.
Yep.
Can I? Okay, I think she's.
Okay.
hello.
Hello. Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello,
I
ma.
said leaders as agents, as change agents in the system.
Can I? Sorry, ma. Sorry to interrupt. Because
okay.
of the connection problem, can I pace you up probably in the next 5 minutes so that we can just do the summing up? I'm sorry about I think the connection is eating so much into your time, and would that be all right?
And you do what?
I just wonder whether you can spend the next 5 minutes to just try and summarize your key messages.
It's okay, no problem.
All right, thank you.
So,
sorry about that.
It's okay, no problem. So the question is, who are the leaders in the education system? We talk about the school administrators. We talk about the school principals, retired educationists, government education parastatals, directors who are in charge of the curriculum. They are in charge of the policy. We have the parents forum associations. We have civil society leaders, and they are the force for change in the education system. And these are transformational leaders who hold the moral fiber of generations. And this set of people, it is important for them to understand the dangers distortion can cause in education if culture and religion are mismanaged or they are not well handled. Now, what is culture? Because that is what we are talking about now. The culture of the people talks about the social behavior and norms that are found in a particular society. It has to do with what they believe in. It has to do with their knowledge, their arts, their laws, their customs, their capabilities and habits of the individuals in that particular culture. Now, what is religion? Religion has to do with what you believe in. In Nigeria, we have three main religions. We have Christianity, we have Islam, and we have the indigenous or what we call traditional religion. And these three together, depending on what you believe in, they had values and shape the culture of a society. And these various religions teach adherents to imbibe and live out sound moral and ethical values that go a long way to create harmony in the human society that is necessary for societal development. The thing is that religion cannot be practiced without what is believed in that particular religion. And the society is very, very important. Now, looking at Nigeria, when we talk about education, the education system in Nigeria started with the missionaries. When we talk about the formal education, the missionaries came to Nigeria and they came to Badagry then, and the school was started, a primary school. Then in the north too, the Muslims, through Islamic religion, they started their own schools too. And all this together, these two missionaries, this group of missionaries, the Christian missionaries and the Muslims, they come together to have what we have in Nigeria today. And if you look at Nigeria as what it is, the 10 major universities in Nigeria, as of today, they are private universities. That are building Nigeria to the world map, to the global map. Now, to be able to do this together, we need what is called a curriculum. In education, a curriculum is broadly defined as the totality of students' experiences that occur in the educational process. This is specifically planned. This is specifically a planned sequence of instructions in terms of the educators or schools instructional goal. Now, how do leaders affect the educational system, or how do we affect the change? How do we say that the leaders in Nigeria, the leaders who are in the education system, they are change agents? They bring what is learned or what they know together. And, you know, the thing is that the role of morality and religion is to build the total child. A child who can stand, a child who can be on his or her own, a child that can be able to raise his or her head anywhere in the world. And what we know is that moral values are taught at the home levels and also in the schools. And this builds positive character traits such as compassion, respect, kindness, and humility. Children thus distinguish between right and wrong, then good or bad. This helps in shaping the character and personality of the younger generation when incorporated into the curriculum. And they have the student with the skills needed to wrestle with moral dilemmas that can be encountered in daily living. So one thing we know is that this influence can be negative and can be positive. Through culture and religion, the Nigerian spirit is promoted. The educational spirit is promoted by leveraging on sound doctrines that is worth emulating. Then I already said something about our private universities putting Nigeria on the global world, on the global map. And we know that morals play a major role in the impact communicated and transmitted through the educational curriculum. This leads to increase in their attitudinal change and value reorientation, envisioning the road ahead, thereby proffering solutions-based options. And in Nigeria today, there are some subjects that are part of the curriculum that help our children.
Hello. Rashid, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah.
It looks like we've lost contact again. I think we need to move on. Unfortunately, there's not a lot we can do about the connectivity. So if you stop her presentation, but if you rejoin us, you can rejoin us for the Q&A section, please. All right. So is that okay? Otherwise, we're just losing some critical time here.
Okay, sir.
Colleagues, happy with that?
Yeah, happy.
Yes.
Yes. Well, yes. I want thumbs up from my co-moderator. She's the one who can tell me of. Rather than all I can see is the face of Prof on the screen currently, and my brother Niyi Kuku. So thank you very much. I'm sure we got the gist there. Hopefully, she'll be able to join us. Colleagues, I'm going to play with the rest of the agenda so that we can maximize the quality of the time I've got left.
Yep.
There are 2 videos we've missed out, and I'm sure NSF will try and post it online. Colleagues can watch them. They're very powerful, especially the video we're not going to be saying now is the video of head teacher, which fits in with the earlier presentation by my sister Victoria about leadership in education, how a head teacher was able to lead, not just being a head teacher, but lead to transform his own particular school. So please, we'll post that and you'll be able to watch that. What I'm going to do now is flipping through, rather than going to the Q&A immediately, I'm going to call on Dr. Remi Kayode, if she can be spotlighted, please, to give a very short remark, I believe, for about 5 minutes. Many of us are familiar with Dr. Remi. She, until recently, she was Sister Mosun, so she was the education lead for this particular program. She did so well, and because she did so well, she was promoted And now she's promoted. And someone tells me, Elizabeth tells me that you get paid in your new role now as a director lead for education. And I said, knowing Wole, the Baba of NSF, he doesn't pass with money easily, but you got his super post now as a director lead. Colleagues, on a more serious note, education has become so critical, the core of the business we do in NSF, that NSF leadership has now felt it absolutely important to have a director lead. So effectively, Dr. Kayode is Sister Musum's boss. So if you think in terms of job description, so that's what she is. And she's just going to speak with us. But I think it's important to say that Dr. Kayode has been one of the earlier members of NSF. That's how I knew her many years. It's a long time. She's done everything. She's been a cleaner, cleaned the table for us. No, she called it hospitality lead, which is a euphemism for being a cleaner and getting us food and making sure we are watered and fed properly. She's been the performance monitoring officer, whatever that means. And of course, she was the head of education. And now she's in a new super role that comes with limousine and a car and a driver. And by the side, she was my PA for many years, and she did a very fantastic job. She reminds me of meeting because I'm very forgetful. But I think it's quite clear. She's academically sound. A doctor is a PhD, and I think it's quite important to draw a distinction between a medical doctor and a PhD. Both are equally important, but it takes a lot of courage and determination to have a PhD. Not just PhD in hospitality, which she doesn't have, but a PhD in energy management and forecasting. Well, I hope you can forecast my bill with Ian going forward. If you can't, then I think I need to question that. But thank you very much for all your achievements over the years. Thank you for still being part of the education community and being our boss. Now, over to you, ma'am.
Thank you for the introduction, and a good afternoon again to everyone on this call. I think I want to start by just saying that for some of us, or for those of you who have been following NSF UK on the social media platform, and those who have been attending our education seminars, you will realize that our focus as an organization, just like the current head of education said earlier, is playing our part in contributing to the sustainable development goals, particularly in education, which in no small way will help to alleviate poverty in Nigeria, meaning that all has got to be included. It's an all-inclusive education for us to succeed. So some years ago, we discussed Every Child's Education Matters with the theme, developing a holistic approach to improving young people's education, the push and pull factors. Little did we know at the time that pandemic was around the corner. However, the lessons from that seminar kind of prepared us to deal with the further seminar on education in the 21st century, where we had to talk about refocusing, reinventing, and reinvesting. Again, the lessons from this seminar have evolved over time, and as we see and take steps to implement some practical solutions to the challenges facing our education system in Nigeria. Our last year's seminar with the theme, Inclusive Schools, Inclusive Societies, Successful Futures, centered around the special education needs and disabilities sector of education, which brought us the challenge, not only as NSF education team, but also as NSF UK, to find practical ways of being involved with the special education needs and disabilities sector of the education system in Nigeria. Some of you may already know, and it's just been said again, that I assumed the role of a director within NSF UK towards the end of last year, with education being a huge part of my portfolio. This means setting strategies and providing guidance and effective governance in accomplishing our vision as a team and as an association, as an organization. I'm glad to tell you or to inform you that on the back of the last seminar we had last year, after much consultation and deliberation, and of course with the collaborative efforts of everyone within NSF UK, we recently donated a check of over 1 million naira raised during the fund run at our Sports and Family Fun Day to Modupe Cole School, which I believe is the only boarding facility for people with special needs and disability in Lagos State. Our aim as a team, as an organization, is to continue to find solutions to some of these challenges faced in the education system and help alleviate the poverty among our people and among our children in Nigeria. The theme set for today is so timely, as we recognize that we have all evolved into who we are in our various roles, in our various fields of endeavor, partly because of the education and the life we had in our secondary schools. And this is why education must be inclusive, a right for all, so that all can be given the opportunity to evolve into their full self. Permit me to remind us that NSF is therefore about education, education, education. We've identified today, or we've been reminded, that education is a tool that empowers individuals and prepares them for life. Education is the big why for our existence as an organization. And so as NSF UK, we have listened intently to our speakers, and we're very focused on achieving our vision of quality education for all Nigerians. And our mission is to promote the need to maintain high educational and social standards of Nigerian secondary schools. So I want to challenge us, every person on this platform, by asking again, what have you done lately to make that difference to your former school and to the students that are in the school? I sincerely hope that all individuals, and this is my clarion call to everybody, that all individuals on this platform, teachers, parents, NSF members, policymakers, and every stakeholder will find just this seminar not just intriguing, but also be prepared to be a part of those who in no small way will be committed to contributing to the sustainable development goals and helping to achieve the vision of quality education for all. If everyone does a little bit, we can change the world to a better place. So again, thank you for coming. And I really hope that we'll take something home that we're going to work with as individuals, because we're all partners in this process. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my dearest sister, Dr. Kaude. You'll be surprised. I'm paying you respect, but because you are worthy of it. And I think that remark as part of the NSF leadership was quite profound and speaks to the mind and the heart in particular. So thank you very much for that. I didn't realize.
Sorry, before you continue, there was Tokumbo Oderinda just made some comments. In addition to the donation that Dr. Remi Kayode was talking about, said 2 checks were presented, one in Naira and the other in pounds, over £1 million. And we donated £1,036 to Modupe Cole Memorial Treatment Childcare Home School. Thank you so much, NSF.
No, thank you so much, my co-moderator. Thank you, NSF. Thank you, Sister Tokubo Oderinje. You know what they say, if you don't find your own rooftop to shout in terms of what you've done, or use your left hand to pat yourself, nobody's going to do for you. So trust my sister Tokubo Oderinje to say, well, I was expecting her to tell us as well that she's now donating free ticket to travel on the underground, because she's a director there for the rest of us. So we are waiting that. But going back to the point I was making, your clarion call in terms of what have you done for me lately, I didn't realize you are a singer now, and we can, the only children's song that was sung many years later by Michael Jackson as well, Will Change the World. So Dr. Remi the singer, and but your message is well taken and understood. Colleagues, I said I was going to play with the agenda, which gives us good, at least 20 to some good time to be able to have a conversation rather than question and answer conversations. But before we do that, there is a video which I think is quite, it'd be remiss of us not to play the video of a young lady which is full of and rich in statistics and numbers. We might not play the whole thing, but can we have the TED Talk video, please, as a precursor to the next Q&A?
While we are preparing for that, just to let you know that Ms. Oludara Okelola, she's back online now. I can see her. And also, though there's going to be a poll, so please watch out for the poll. We'll talk more about it. We'll need your help with that as well.
Okay. Sound, please. No, Brother Rashid, no sound.
Did you know that in 2015, the total number of illiterate adults reached 745.1 million? Yes, 745.1 million. That is more than twice the population in Egypt. Did you know that around the world, 59 million children of primary school age are being denied an education, and almost 65 million adolescents are without access to secondary school? A high number of children and adults do not have access to education for many different reasons. One, they might not have the means to pay for their education. Two, there isn't a school in their neighborhood. And three, they have to take part in vocational or labor activities to bring income into the family. Quality education is a term that is used very widely in our everyday conversations. We hear it on the radio, we see it in newspapers, and we might even hear our parents discussing it. But what does this phrase really mean? What does it mean when I say that I'm advocating for quality education, or that every single child deserves quality education? Institution. This is why many schools and education institutions say that they provide quality education. And this is correct, but only at the surface level. Quality education is much deeper than that. Quality education is a lot deeper than the fact that you can produce brilliant results from your students or that you boast of a high number of graduates. According to ASCD, the Association of Supervision and Curriculum Development, quality education is one that focuses on the whole child, the social, emotional, mental, physical, and cognitive development of each student, regardless of gender, race, ethnicity, socioeconomic status, or geographic location. It prepares the child for life, not just for testing. I remember that at a very young age, I've always wanted to help. I wanted to be the reason that someone's situation was improved, or the reason why there was a smile on another person's face. When I was in year 6 at the age of 10, I volunteered along with some friends to teach at a primary school in Makuku, Lagos, Nigeria. For some context, this school was situated in a very dilapidated environment. We taught there for a couple of days, and the subjects that we focused on were maths, English, and science. I must confess that the opportunity to teach at Makuku was an eye-opening, mind-shifting game changer to my 10-year-old self. I had a first-hand glimpse of what a poor education system looked like, and the experience exposed me to many life lessons. I learned things that I would not have been able to learn if not for that experience. It was an unforgettable one. In fact, I still look back on it sometimes and I get teary-eyed. I learned that education should be a priority. I learned that there is power in the fact that you can pass knowledge onto one person who passes it on to another person. Most importantly, I learned that children love to learn. In fact, children really, really want to learn, but, and guess what? They don't have the opportunity to. And when the opportunity does present itself, it's subpar. So what exactly is the problem? Why is it that some children are spending all their time working in a shop rather than being in school learning? Or why is it that almost every day when we take a drive out, we see young children on the streets hawking instead of being in a school, broadening their minds? Or the fact that when a child even gets to go to school, it's in a rundown building that isn't sanitary, neither is it safe. Do we not see a problem with the fact that around 617 million youth worldwide lack basic mathematics and literacy skills? The United Nations says, and I quote, that education enables upward socioeconomic mobility and is a key to escaping poverty. Lack of access to education is one of the major reasons why poverty is passed from one generation to another. Global Citizen says that increasing access to education can equalize communities and help to provide financial stability to some. A lot of families live in poverty, so they have to make the very important decision on whether to send their children to school or pay for basic necessities. And most times, the latter choice is made, which is very understandable. Hence, some countries across the sub-Saharan Africa, where some of the world's poorest children live, made a combined effort to abolish school fees. Statistics from Global Citizen state that while the ratio of students completing lower secondary school increased in the region from 23% in 1990 to 42% in 2014, enrollment is still low compared to the 75% global ratio, which simply means that school still remains too expensive for the poorest of families. In many areas where there is a lot of crisis and they are still underdeveloped, unaffordable private schools may be the only option. So now many people have started to argue that free schools should be allocated in some countries where there are no schools or where the schools are not in good shape. There are three key pillars that support quality education. 1, access to quality teachers. 2, use of quality learning tools and professional development, which includes access to technology. And 3, the establishment of safe and supportive quality learning environments. These 3 criteria must be met. The concept behind us achieving quality education is that it must be a collaborative effort. The government, the private sector, corporate organizations, and all citizens have a role in achieving this goal. But the first step would be to acknowledge the fact that quality education is an important part of sustainable development. To not be blindsided by our own personal comfort, but to be aware. For us to not think that because this does not directly affect us, we just sit down and do nothing. We must remember that without quality education, the citizens do not grow to their fullest potential, and this snowballs into society is stagnant. For us to not think that because this does not directly affect us, we just sit down and do nothing. Desmond Tutu said, inclusive, good quality education is a foundation for dynamic and equitable societies. We must remember that without good quality education, the citizens do not grow to their fullest potential, and this snowballs into society is stagnant. Thank you. I bet you thought that was all we have for you today, but that's definitely not all we have planned for today.
Yeah, that's all right.
This is one of Meadowhall's phenomenal lyrics.
Hello. Yep. If I just borrow the famous line by my co-moderator, I'll probably say, wow. Who says Nigeria has got talent? This Adebayo could be a professor in the making, if she's not already a professor in many respects. And I think there's a logic in playing that video at the end of the speakers, because when I looked at it before today, it was a summation of all sections we've had today that she managed to cover in about 5-6 minutes. It's just powerful. She said exactly the same thing that Professor Adedeji said, Professor Zenabo said, free education, leadership, and all that. So I hope people can find time to just, in your moment of soliloquy, and when you have some your own quietness to yourself, just play that video back to yourself. It tells you everything. My sister.
Yeah, we've got the poll up now.
Right.
It's just to give us a feedback. We do this every year just to give us a feedback, to let us feel what have gone well, what we can do better. And also, if you don't mind, please do feel that it's very, very short, yes, no, direct answers, and there are only 5 questions. Right. So you can do that for us, please. It's just popped up on your screen. We'll be very, very happy with that. Thank you very much.
Okay, can I carry on now?
Yes, please.
Yes. You know what they say about feedback. Look at me in the eyes. If you give me not too good feedback, I know where you live. I'll come and knock on your door. All right? And if you don't rate Dr. Remy very well, she's not going to provide the hospitality of jollof rice at the next wherever. So, now the most serious note, feedback is the food of champions. That's what I say. Feedback is the food of champions. Champions live on feedback. So your feedback will enable us to build and improve under the leadership of our Sister Bosun and Dr. Remy to continue to improve on this, which is the core business of NSF. So thank you very much for that. So in terms of playing around with the time, I think we've got reasonable time. Can I plead? I think this has been a very great food, great day. I was going to say, yeah, great food to consume throughout the whole day. And I hope colleagues, we did say we finish at 10 to 2. We'll still endeavor, but please, if we manage to get it to 3 o'clock, I hope for what you've received today, it's a small prize to take 10 minutes of your time to say thank you and make sure we have further dialogue. We really, really appreciate it. So max, we go until about 3 o'clock. And the reason I say that is that we want to take as many questions as possible. And to speed it up, I'm going to be inviting all the panel members. I believe we still have Professor Zainabo on the call. We have my sister Victoria on the call, and I believe Mrs. Oludara Okelola has managed to rejoin us, and I hope your connectivity will stay the course for the rest of the program. And if I also add NSF leadership to that panel, that virtual panel, Dr. Remy, Sister Musun, and if the NSF personified himself, Wale is also on the call. So the reason I've added NSF colleagues are colleagues, you might have questions which are more relevant to NSF leadership rather than our speakers. So over to our two Q&A facilitators, Sister Tola Ayeni and Brother Ni Kuku. Over to you, please, to try and share the questions around. But if the question is too long, please try and state the question in shorthand, if you know what I mean. Yeah, can I have both of you spotlighted, please? Yes, go on, brother.
There are 3 questions that I have. I don't know how many my sister has. So
you go on with yours first. Go on the first one. Shorthand,
the first
please.
one, it's directed to Professor Godwin Azenebo. Prof, I'll tell you about my own personal experience with you later. But the question is, how can we change to the agrarian education system? Because you mentioned that in your presentation that, the system we're using right now is copying the Western education system. So if we were to change from the Western education system, how can we do that?
Mr. Kuku.
Minimal cost.
Mr. Kuku, short-term questions, please, because I want to get as many in as possible. I think he's got the gist of your question. How can we change your agrarian? Yep. Professor Zenabo, over to you.
At minimal cost.
Yep. Okay. Is he still here with us?
Oh, yes, very much. But it needs to be unmuted.
Prof,
yeah,
can I
you can hear me now?
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, before you start, Sister Tolani, can you get ready with your question, please? Yeah, Prof, over to you, sir.
Yes. You see, what I'm saying is not new. It was so before. Nigerian calendar was January to September before. Then they use October, November, December as long vacation. We resume every January in this country. This is for harvesting and planting. It is so in the whole of this country. But some people came and have a westernized idea, and they changed it to October to July so that they can go for what they call their summer holidays. It is government, that's all. It is the government. They are the one in charge of calendar. University calendar, secondary calendar, they are the one.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Sister Tolani, your question, please, on behalf of whoever you, Can I have Sister Tolani spotlighted, please?
Oh, sorry. So can I say that I don't have the question to hand now. Can
okay.
Go on with the second question? Yes.
Okay.
The second question goes to Ms. Victoria Madero. They say, thank you for sharing the PPP ideology. Can the government be trusted with the oversight when they haven't placed the appropriate priority on education in the first place?
That's a tricky question. I'd say that even from your question, it shows that you do not even trust the process, that you are not even willing to make an attempt because you're already biased. We know that in our country, there's a lot of anyhowness going on. However, there are proven success stories. What I know we do very well is pilots. If we scale up, we always have issues with monitoring. We always have issues with transparency and accountability. So the best way to approach PPP is to do pilots in different regions. Then it will help with monitoring because it's more specific, it's less cumbersome, you have less people involved, so there's less tendency for them to want to service their personal interest because everybody wants to show that they're doing what is right when it is in a pilot phase. So I think that is the approach we should look at, take when looking at PPP. It is more, even culturally, we like it in small clusters. Then we now come together as a community in the end of the day or the project. Thank you. I hope it answers your question.
Yeah, I think it does. Can I just piggyback on that and bring in Professor Zenabo? I think the question borders on trust, corruption, nepotism, and you written a book on corruption in Nigeria. So in terms of the question, can people trust their money in a partnership with the public, with government officials?
Well, there's a problem of trust, as I've told you. The more the money is, the more tempting. If it's so much, they will decide to prefer it. They have been doing it. Well, that third fund is there, and pension is there. What has happened to the pension fund? Is it the public will not trust institutions of government, except you can have another institution outside government to manage it.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Sister Tola, do you have any question, please?
There's another question, though.
Wait. Let me. You sound like Oliver Twist. I want some more. Let me listen. Sister Tola, you have a question for us, please? Yeah, probably, maybe she's not hearing me. Okay.
She's on mute.
Sorry, I was on mute. Yeah, I said that yes, I can't find a question from the chat directly.
Okay.
But I'm sort of interested in the comments in the our communication about the girls and the fact that the girls are disadvantaged. I do not know if the speaker is still there. The speaker that deals, is she still with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, so you were talking about the fact that girls are greatly disadvantaged, and so is this still something that you feel that is really, really going on in this day and age, and how could we really, practically battle it and, overcome it?
Okay, so yes, the 20 million girls that are out of school is a 2022 statistics for Nigeria. So it is still something that is going on. And even this 20 million is, we're looking at this on the average. When it is stratified, it is more because more girls do not go to university as compared with boys. And this is because a lot of the girls are forced into early child marriage. Some of them suffer from rape, molestation. So they are forced with early child bearing to get out of school to cater for their child or for the new family they're about to start. And this is circumstantial. And some of the girls are in quote, the breadwinner. The family look up to them to kind of raise money to train or to feed family members. And the way to go about that and to allow more participation for girls to be in school is to look beyond school from the westernization or the Western kind of schooling, and then look at school holistically, that allows a lot of the girls to do vocational education, that even when their religion or their parents refuse them from access to the Western education structure, they can infuse the vocational education with a little bit of the Western education, like what the NATAB, I know they just changed their name, NATAB does, such that these girls can have some level of basic education.
Right.
And
yeah, my sister, can I come in? Yeah, can I come in? Sorry. I think because I need to try and spread the question around as much. Do you want to? Is that all right? Yeah. Mrs. Oludara Okelola, can you hear me, ma'am?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes. On the back of that last question, having just retired from Lagos State yourself,
Okay.
you may have a figure, but if not, it'd be interesting. Do you know how many people are out of school in Lagos State? First question. And the second question linked to that is that in terms of your presentation, which we had in part due to connectivity problem, what is the impact of faith and religion on female young ladies in particular not being able to access education?
It's okay. The first one, I really don't have the accurate number of some of our students who are girls who are out of school, but I know that it's more in the north than in the south, because the north has some values about education, about early marriage, about a lot of things that affect their girls. But one thing I know is that with time now, with enlightenment, a lot of NGOs are coming out to protest this, and they are saying that that it is not right. But at the same time, now going back to this first question, there was an article in the Guardian last year. That's why I say I'm not really sure I can really rely on it. It says that over 2 million students or children are out of school in Lagos State. That is according to the Guardian in 2022. And this is now 2023. But one thing I want us to know is that Lagos as a state, as a center, is a melting pot, is a home for so many people, is a home for so many tribes, for so many people who come to Lagos State, and they come here to come and school. And one thing I want us to know is that in Lagos State, education is free at the primary and at the secondary levels. In fact, in Lagos State, according to the primary section, the La Sube, the mantra is leave no child behind.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you very much. So don't go and tell them, they might think we copyright, we plagiarize the title for this seminar. Ours is original. So they've
No. We had it before you. We had it before you. This had come as far back as 2019.
Yes.
Leave no child.
If I was to tell you we came up with this seminar today in 2010.
It's okay, no problem. I mean, with that, with what you say about leaving no child behind.
All right. Okay. Mr. Kuku, any shorter question from you?
There are a few questions. One is directed at the NSF directors, and it says, can NSF create more grant portfolios? Well, it's more of an advice. Can NSF create more grant portfolios for kind-hearted Nigerians in order for them to take up and help the education system in Nigeria?
Okay.
Then the other one is to do with education, the tech fund. It says here, Prof, kindly, I don't know which prof is being referred to here. The question is from Toksi Ogufemi. Prof, kindly educate the floor about the purpose of TECH fund. Some staff were given the fund, but they jackpot.
Okay, so two questions there, which the NSF leadership may or may not be able to answer immediately. So can I turn to Dr. Remy? And I believe Wole is also on the call. Any of you can take the questions if you're able to. Over to you, as quickly as you can, please.
Okay. Thank you for that question. I think in brief, what I would say is NSF is, the vision is quality education. So we are doing what we can at the moment, and we are putting things in place to ensure that this is what happens. So for example, with the NSF education team, we've started organizing a competition that brings out the presentation and the speaking skills of our students. That Have Your Say competition, which we had two weeks ago, I think it was. And that is to give the students the opportunity to showcase what they are made of, and also give opportunities for us to be able to impact our schools. And I believe that schools that are associated with NSF, some of them have taken up the role of being mentors to their students. Some of them have provided sponsorship to students based on different courses and subjects that they're doing. So we are gradually doing some practical things to ensure that our students actually get a whole-rounded type of education, which will make them appropriate citizens in the future for our nation.
Thank
I don't know
you.
if Wale has something else
Thank
to add
you.
to that.
Thank you very
Sorry,
much.
good afternoon, everyone. I don't know, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Do you want to introduce yourself and what you do for NSF?
Yes. Okay. My name is Wale Sawo. I'm one of the directors of Nigerian Schools Foundation UK. Yeah, that's what I do. Yeah, my colleagues have already said a bit of that, of what NSF is doing. First of all, I've just been staying in the background, enjoying the seminar, the lively discussions going on. And then bearing in mind that I just returned, a few of us just returned back from Lagos. I don't know whether you saw the chat. We went to donate some of the money that we received on behalf, which Remy mentioned earlier on, that we collected from the UK public and handed it over to Modipe Cole in Lagos. At NSF, we are starting to move towards, we're interested in leveraging in resources from here into the Nigerian, education ecosystem. So in terms of the question that was asked, whether we'd be interested in setting up a grant fund or something like that, yeah, that would be something that we will be interested to look at the model and how it will work. We are starting to look at setting up a body in Nigeria in itself. So that's just kind of like a quick overview of what we're looking at the moment. But yeah, it's interesting. We would like to leverage resources into Nigeria. Every naira would help. Every little amount of donation would help the Nigerian system. As I said, there's a lot of challenges on the ground. We had an opportunity to meet with some of the ministry officials in Lagos State. And from what they were saying to us, in fact, one of them referred to Lagos State as an IDP of Nigeria, like a dumping ground. And here's the reason they have that challenge about they have more kids out of school because everyone comes to Lagos State and just dump their issues there. So there's a lot of problems. We would just want to be part of the solution to kind of like help out, and we'll do what we can in terms of like Widows Might. So I don't know if that addresses the question.
No, it does. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. If you spotlight Mrs. Oke Lola, I'm not picking on you, but I'm picking on you because part of your presentation was missing earlier on through no fault of yours. I cannot see her. I'm still seeing the director of NSF.
I'm seeing you.
Yeah, but I can't see your face. Yes, I can see you now.
It's okay.
So you heard from Wole there. I know you only retired recently. So whatever you can do to help NSF to leverage support in Lagos. So that's the logic to inviting you. We're not just asking you to come and share knowledge with us. We also want you to help NSF to begin to gain better grants in Lagos, embedded in Lagos. But the question I was going to ask you is this. I like to ask difficult questions. It's just in my nature. It's the interface between religion and education.
Okay.
How do we get a balance right? In some part of the world, and I guess it's also part of Nigeria, there are concerns about the disproportionate influence of religion on education. In some cases, talk about Afghanistan, talk about some northern part of Nigeria, leading to radicalization. How can we ensure that religious schools in particular get a balance right between education and religion?
Well, the truth of the matter is, like I said in my presentation, although I was not really able to really say much about it, the education, the morals, and religion, they are interwoven. And they interlap, they are interwoven, they overlap. In the sense that in Lagos now, there's the issue of hijab in Lagos State. And over the years, this thing was in court. And in a situation where, like what the man who just, I'm sorry I didn't follow his name, who just came back from Nigeria, and they went to Modupe Coal. And it's something I also said earlier on. Lagos State is like a dumping ground. And there are lots of cultures, there are lots of values, there are lots of beliefs that are together that are now being brought to the fore in Lagos State. And it's really affecting the education system in the sense that it's a political structure that wants to satisfy everybody. There are issues. Then when we talk about faith, what do we believe in? Do we believe in the African culture? Do we believe in the Western culture? Are we trying to bring this together, child? And sincerely, Nigerians are confused. In a situation where you are told, don't cane in the school. You cannot cane a child. In fact, in the last few days, there was something on the internet, I think in Delta State, about a parent who went to a school and flogged the teacher, and the teacher died. So when you have all these kind of situations in the system, and the government, most of the time, maybe they are not ready to stick out their necks and say, this is what we want, this is what we have to do. So at the end of the day, what is expected is, let every parent take care of their child, because the society or the family is the bedrock of the society. Is a society that make up their mind what they want the child to come out to be, is the family. So it is what the society or the family believes in eventually, because if all these things come together, and at the end of the day, in places where the parents forum, the community, they can come together and say, this cannot augur well for our children. This is not what we want. Then faith, the belief system, the moral values can come together to make the child what that child is supposed to be. I don't know whether I've answered the question.
No, it does. It does very eloquently. It's the challenge of the interface between religion, culture, and all that. The example you gave, I don't know what I said in Rivers State, whether that state was. That was not culture. That's
Delta. Yes.
Delta State. That's not religion. That's not culture. That's Togri.
Yes, that is the parent.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
It's the community. It's the parent's value.
Right. There's no value in a parent going to school to go and abuse a teacher, in my view. Anyway, So thank you very much. I'm going to take two last questions. I believe Chief Otumba Erika Yola has a question, and I believe there's another question. Please, can we take these two questions in shorthand? Quick questions, quick responses.
Sorry, Charles. Just before you go through, I just wanted to clarify something. I think I may have accidentally, through slip of tongue, said we donated some money. I meant to say all the money that we raised, we took down there. So it wasn't some, it was everything. Yeah, I was getting the feedback that I may have said some, so I didn't keep anything behind. I donated everything. Everything that we collected, we donated, just to put that into the public space.
It goes back to the. I hope
we still need to take some very important questions as well.
I hope you did not
questions.
I hope you did not retrospectively reflect on that question about can we trust people with our money. Anyway, yes, we had you clearly.
Charles, please. I was just saying that there are still two important questions that were missed.
I'm coming. We cannot take every question. I think it's important to understand that because people are. If you look at the chart, we are losing people gradually, so we need to be mindful of the time. Let me take Eric Ayola question first, and if we can keep it short, please allow us to take more questions. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Lord Charles. I had two questions, but Mr. Sowa has answered the first one as to what's happened to the rest of the money. Just kidding. But my question really has to do with one of the drivers of, let's say, truancy or high rates of school dropouts, or, as we know, in Lagos, 2 million students, kids out of school and so on and so forth. One of the drivers of that is the financial impact and cost on the family. Of course, your school, primary school, secondary school could be free. But a lot of those students who are not, or children who are not in school are actually income earners for their families. So they're hawking stuff, they're selling things, and so on and so forth. So it's not just simply a matter of the school is free. It's also a matter of the fact that if they were to take that child off the streets, of the market, of whatever job he or she is doing, means less income for the family who now needs to buy uniform, books, and what have you. Even in the UK, we know that happens, and a lot of indigent families in the UK will get
Tumba, can I have your question, please? I'm conscious of time.
So my question then is, what can we do? So it's not just simply making school free from primary to secondary school level. What kind of assistance can we render for those families who are keeping the kids out of school because of financial pressures and because of the fact that that child is actually an income earner for the family?
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Okedola, do you want to quickly respond to that?
It's okay. In Lagos State, because I retired from Lagos State, there's a program that was started. We call it the Lagos Comprehensive Schools Program. So in that Lagos Comprehensive School Program, at least I was one of those who went to Finland 2 years ago, exactly like this time 2 years ago. We went to Finland, and we started a program whereby we have a kind of apprenticeship program for our students. Because we discovered that the attrition rate in our school system was really horrible. So we looked at situation where we have some of these students who were learning trades, and we discovered that they were the ones earning income for their parents or for the families. So the system, the comprehensive school program now took into consideration, we now had a program and we had partnership with some organizations, Tara and some other organizations, whereby the students, after having learned some of these trades, then they will go to these schools. So they go to these schools they go to these organizations to work, and they are to be paid. Then there were also some other things that they learned, like guillotine, barbing, that it will take them like 3 months to learn. And they were making money, because we discovered that, like in Nigeria now, when you go to parties, you see children who are ready to tie gele for you, and they make 1,000. And by the end of the day, when they go to parties, they can make up to 10,000. And we realize that this money is helping. So it's a system that started in Lagos State like 2 years ago. We started 2 years ago, and there's a plan to have more schools. We have more centers. And a lot of parents, when we sold the idea to them, they were very happy. Initially, they were reluctant in the sense that they look at it like maybe their children will be looked at, they will be looked down upon. But when we encourage them, we talk to them about it, they bought into it and they are part of the system and they are enemies.
Thank you very much, man. That was if you know Eric Ayola, it takes a lot to wow him. So for him to applaud your answer, it's brilliant. What you just shared with us, many of us are now aware of. So thank you very much for that. There is a question I believe there's a question in the chat for, I'll begin to call her my sister now because we went to university together. My sister, Victoria. Can Sister Tola, do you want to read out the question or do you want someone else to read the question out, please?
Could somebody else read out the question, please? Thank you.
Yeah, sure, I can.
Okay.
What is the way forward when the government's policy on admission and registration of pupils or students are strict and cumbersome to admit out of school children? And this is from Obathemi Peter Lawal.
The solution lies with the PPP models. If we're able to get NGOs who can provide documentations, provide support for documentations for these students, then it makes it less cumbersome for them to get back into school. So that is why PPP is important in sustaining the quality of education in the country.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. If I'm rushing people up, sincerely apologize. Brother Rashid, I saw your hand up. Do you want to ask a question?
Yes, I've got a question for Mrs. Oludara, and being something she touched upon with regards to children wearing hijab and things like that. And I was just wondering, how would a child dressed up in the way they dress up would affect what they are learning, bearing in mind that in the UK where we are, there is no discrimination against children wearing hijab to school. As a matter of fact, some schools actually provided hijab for Muslim children who want to. So why has this been a big issue for Nigeria? Is it still political? Is it still as a result of the religious intolerance that still exists, or is there something that we don't know in the sense that it will actually benefit a child to learn better if they don't have their hijab on than if they have it on? Thank you.
Okay.
It's okay. What I would say is that hijab, more or less, as far as Nigeria is concerned, is a cultural thing. It is something that is coming to the fore, at least in the southern part of Nigeria. For those of them who school in the north, there was no big deal about hijab. But the issue we now have with hijab in Lagos State and maybe in the south is that it now made some people now to come out that, are you saying that if a child wears hijab, then the other people who are of other religion, can they also now wear what they believe in or their mode of dressing to school? So let's say somebody says is a Shango adherent, or somebody who worships Ifa. It was a lot of issue, and he raised a lot of dust. But eventually, it was not agreed upon that in Lagos State, students can wear hijab, and there was now a kind of agreement on the uniform, on the uniformity of what the hijabs should look like. It has to be maybe shoulder length, it has to be tucked in or whatever, something like that. But initially, it was strange to the South.
Thank you. Thank you very much for Brother Ashi for asking the question. And thank you for responding honestly. It's a complex issue. Even in the UK here, there are discussions about it. The issue with Ofsted having expressed concerns about going into schools and teachers and pupils wearing hijab and covering their faces, does that impact on education? We could spend the whole day discussing.
This one is a point that's been raised, and
can I finish?
Because of the focus of this seminar, it would be good. One of the questions, it's not really a question, it's directed at NSF UK.
Hello.
But we can let it go if you don't want it.
No.
It's important.
I haven't finished. I was coming to you. I just summarizing the last question.
No, I'm just mindful of the time as well.
Yes. Do you want to ask your question then?
Yes, it's a question being posed at NSF UK, the directors again. It says, how can we support leaders in the grassroots local level to positively and then transform the approach and thinking in providing the right opportunities for their young people? Meaning, how can we go beyond the NSF member schools? How do we help them? And that we should start thinking about helping them as well. If you're talking about inclusiveness regarding this program.
Okay. What is that something you can quickly respond to?
I won't say it's something that obviously that we've discussed as a team. At the moment, NSF is open to member schools, and we do co-opt other people from other schools to join us, and people do attend events freely, and they participate in all that we do. It's something that we probably need to take away. As I said earlier, we're starting to think of how we move into the Nigerian space directly. We've always worked with other NGOs, but we're thinking of actually being, as you said, on the ground ourselves. So again, that may be an opportunity. And I know that when we're having the recent discussions with the ministry, they were really saying that, they have data and all of that. They can actually direct us to areas of greatest needs. For example, the different schools beyond our schools and also beyond the high-profile ones like the Modupe Code that you see. There are other needs in other interiors and so on that they may be able to direct us to. We will probably be having the conversations anyway and listening to all, and then trying to target our limited resources where we'll make the greatest impact will be my thinking at the moment. But obviously, it's something we have to take away as a team, look at it very closely, and then determine where we target or focus our resources. So I don't know if that answers the question, but it's something we welcome. We welcome all ideas anyway that will make any impact on education and generally. But because education is so vast, we have to, and then we're trying to encourage people to donate to us. We need to really be specific in terms of what we're going to use it for or where we're going to direct it to. And then we just have to determine which one is the areas of greatest needs that will persuade people. And that's the direction we want to move in.
Okay,
thank you.
Yeah, that answers it. The second question, finally, to Mrs. Okebola. It says within NSF, we went to government schools, mission schools, and federal government schools, and we all enjoyed quality education. Now, he asked what has gone wrong, and what do you think we can all collectively do to bring back those glorious days? And the question is actually, those two questions are actually from our colleague, Professor Oke Elaya. The question is directed to Mrs. Oludara.
Oludara Okelola.
Yeah, Mr. Okelola, can I indulge you, please? If you are able to respond to the question as quickly as you can, because I'm conscious of time now, right?
Yes, it's okay. Bringing back the glory is a collective thing. I also went to a public school. But unfortunately, I will keep on referring back to Lagos State because I am from Oyo State. And I tell people that what is happening in Lagos State, there is no state in Nigeria that is putting what Lagos State is putting in education, in the education system. So if what Lagos State is doing concerning our schools, if the other states can do the same, Because like we know all these children, they are coming to Lagos State and they are stressing the system. But at the same time, because of Nigeria being what it is, if the different states can do what Lagos is spending on education, then the other states, then the education system generally will improve generally. Then if teachers if you have enough teachers in our schools, if the colleges of education are standardized, because one thing we discover is that because of maybe poor remuneration, a lot of our children don't want to study education. So those who are in the system, they are stressed. So at the end of the day, what is expected of them is not maybe what is happening. But if other states can do what Lagos State is doing in terms of facilities, in terms of so many things, then the glory will be back in terms of education in Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ma. All good things come to an end, unfortunately. I'm sure we could spend the whole year discussing this issue. But at the same time, we need to be respectful of, we told people that we're going to finish this by 10 to 3. We've overrun a bit. So I'm going to put it to an end now. Can I call on my sister, my co-moderator, to say a few words of thank you, and I'll add, and then, yep, sister.
I just want to say a big thank you to each and every one of us here. And please, it doesn't just end here. We need to take the message forward. And if you are interested in NSF, of which the poll has told us more than 50% want to know more about the NSF, please drop your information here with us, or contact myself or Dr. Remi Kayode privately as well. Just drop your note and we'll get in touch with you. NSF is really, really useful. It's not as restricted to just the NSF member schools, because we are just like an outreach to all the schools, because every child matters. Education is important to every child. Thank you very much.
Please,
thank you.
Can you join our group photo if you don't mind?
No, if you just, yes, while you do that, if I just say to
a big smile, everyone.
To the most important people who joined us, can I sincerely, from the bottom of my heart, on behalf of NSF and the committee, thank the erudite speakers. I think each and every one of them have brought something to the table today that we all benefit from Professor Adedeji, Professor Zenabo, my sister Victoria, and Mrs. Okelola. Thank you very much for sparing your time from your busy schedule to be with us, and thanks for sharing your ideas with us. Anything else that we couldn't hear from you today, please share that with us. Sharing is caring. Can I thank the NSF leadership, Wole, but in particular Dr. Remi, and in particular Sister Mosun, and the group of us that have been working with Sister Mosun to make this a successful day. A lot of things we need to take away, a lot of lessons there. A, we need to look at ourselves. B, I think the message I had from Wole in particular, which is quite important, is that NSF cannot overreach or overstretch itself. NSF is just part of a global system. So I think it's important that we recognize that. And NSF, to be fair, are doing their bit in the last 7-8 years to keep this issue on the agenda. Personally, myself, thank you for the opportunity yet again to be able to anchor, facilitate, moderate this program. I don't take it for granted. I'm absolutely delighted to contribute my little bit. And what I'll say to everyone who came here today, leadership and short supply. If every one of us light our own little light, our own little candle, lantern, whatever you are, atupa, in our little corner, we bring it together, the world of education in Nigeria will illuminate very brightly. Thank you so much. Bye all.
Bye everyone. Fantastic.
Bye-bye, everybody.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you
So much. We appreciate your presence. Thank you.
Bye, all.
Thank
Bye.
you for joining us. Bye-bye.
Welcome. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you for
Professor
joining us.
Zenebo,
Thank you,
Mrs.
everyone.
Okelola,
Thanks, Mos.
everybody.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Mrs.
Thank you.
Okelola.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Obafemi,
Thank you.
thanks for
Thank
attending.
you.
Good
Thank you.
to see
Thank
you.
you. I love your smile.
Thank
Professor
All time.
Adedeji, thank you.
I love your smile.
God bless you all. Thank
Yeah,
you,
thank
everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Victoria, thank you.
Thank you all.
Bye-bye.
All our guests, thank you for attending. We appreciate your time.
Some music.
Dr. Gufemi, thank you.
Can we have some music, please? I want to dance.
Yeah,
Okay.
1 second. Let's
That's session over.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well done. Keep it up.
Thank you.
Thank
So
you.
much.
Akogun, I salute you.
Audato.
And I me that.
Thank you.
The recording stops.
Akogun Tokumboni, me that.
Oh, jokes.
Let's stop the recording
Please,
now.
please
We
note
finished.
the recording has stopped, but it's live streaming.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Sorry, ma'am.